Chapter 17:12. All the heroes were astonished. The 8 divine generals were legendary figures they had heard of since childhood. They were the invigilators who had followed the undying heavenly emperor in ancient times. Now, 2 of them had died in the blink of an eye, and they had all been killed by the same person. How could they not be shocked? Yi Fan walked over. His entire body was covered in blood. That was the divine general's blood. When it landed on his body, even his hair was splashed. It gave him a demonic temperament. The golden divine sea surged violently under his feet. He stood there proudly and looked down on all directions. Many people were so shocked that they couldn't speak. You killed my 8 divine generals. Remember, your blood will not be shed in vain. There will be people who will come to kill you in the future. An iron guard on top of the phoenix nest cried and shouted. These were all experts who had survived since ancient times. However, war was just this cruel. There was no such thing as blood oaths here, only cruel reality. Yi Fan pointed out with a finger. A streak of divine light flew out. With a pu sound, that person exploded, turning into a pile of broken bones and a bloody mist. After a short period of silence, the undying Heaven Empress' clear and cold voice reverberated. The Sky Sovereign is immortal. He will know of your efforts. Sooner or later, he will return and take revenge for you. He will give you glory. For glory and immortality, go and kill all your enemies. Dong, dong. The concentrated sound of the war drums caused people's blood to boil. The calm battlefield once again shook with shouts of killing. All the major battalions risked their lives and charged forward with all their might. Boom! The old woodcutter and Yama Lord's battle had reached its climax. They had long since left the battlefield and were engaged in a peak confrontation. No one could approach them. Both of them were covered in blood and had suffered heavy injuries. However, their fighting spirit was high and they did not retreat. Extreme laws and secret techniques burst forth, turning this place into a land of annihilation. Boom! Suddenly, extreme divine might erupted. Everyone's faces turned pale as if they had returned to that night 300 years ago. The appearance of the Emperor's laws, the dark and chaotic era. The impression was difficult to erase. That was a confrontation between Emperor weapons. A green lotus appeared in the woodcutter's hand, and a black nether spear appeared in Yama Lord's hand. Death energy surged like the sea. No one had thought that the two would use extreme weapons. Who could approach them in a battle like this? Kill! In the distance, countless Een soldiers could be seen. An army had arrived to reinforce them. Meanwhile, there were even more experts within the phoenix nest. They rushed out like a sea, pouncing forward to kill. The Holy Ji Palace, God's organization, and the Celestial Court suffered heavy losses. The enemy's army was like the sea, more powerful than they had imagined. The only fortunate thing was that Yi Tong, Komatsu, Shan Huang, Yang Shi, and the others were all at the Quasi-Emperor realm. Their strength was formidable, and they were able to quickly stabilize the situation and launch a counterattack. Yi Fan and Gu Xianxia charged into the ocean of troops, causing this place to collapse. Anyone who stood in their way was swept away. Woo woo! Di Zun's bugle horn sounded as the white-haired sword god charged forward, slashing the experts of the phoenix nest one by one. The old god himself was also moving closer to the phoenix nest. The undying Heaven Empress expression was solemn. She struck the war drum and took the initiative to step forward. She wanted to fight to the death with the old god. The atmosphere in this place immediately became many times tenser. Puff, puff. The white-haired sword god was too powerful. He could kill one person with a single sword strike. The iron guards that were rushing over from the phoenix nest were smashed into pieces. Wang! The phoenix nest trembled. It was actually a huge formation that swallowed the white-haired sword god and temporarily trapped him. The undying Heaven Empress and the old god faced each other. Both of their faces were filled with coldness. Between the two, one of them had to fall and fight to the death. Amidst the Een soldiers and the phoenix nest sea of troops, Yi Fan killed his way in and out. His body was covered in blood, and no one could stop him. He was like a celestial emperor descending to the mortal realm. Golden light spanned millions and millions of miles as he walked through the great army. No one could stop him. A path constructed of blood and bones appeared under his feet. Without a sound, a lame horse appeared. It was carrying a white-haired old man who was staring at the phoenix nest in a daze. On the other side, A youth wearing beast skin clothes appeared at the same time. His eyes were clear and bright as he said, "I've lived until now just to wait for you. As expected, you're still in this world." First Divine General. An iron guard on the phoenix nest shouted. He was so excited that he was trembling as he stared at the white-haired old man on the sickly horse. As for the undying Heaven Empress, her body trembled and she suddenly turned around. When she saw that the heroic genius of the past had already aged, she couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. Back then, the youth on the white horse was invincible in the world with a single spear. How high-spirited he was. Time had actually made him like this. The youth carried a hard bow on his back and a stone staff in his hand. He said, "Back then, I was chased miserably by your heavenly celestial dynasty. I was the only one left in the celestial court. How could I defy the heavens? Now, the tables have turned. Your situation isn't too good. Your brothers are also being killed one by one." "They aren't my brothers," the first Divine General said expressionlessly with his white hair draped over his shoulders. "Oh, that's right. You're different from them. You don't have any friendship with them. You're only doing this for that woman. Haha, why don't I help you get rid of her? One death is all. You'll no longer have any worries. From now on, you can focus on the emperor-breaking path." "How about it?" The youth laughed. "You can try." The first Divine General's eyes were frightening and incomparably resplendent. "How boring." The youth shook his head and said, "After living for so long, I finally can't seal myself anymore. I've always been thinking of a glorious battle. If you still don't show up, I'm going to destroy a forbidden zone of life." Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Who was this person? He was too arrogant. It's the first Divine General of the ancient heaven. I can't believe he's still alive in this world. The old god's lips were trembling. He was so excited and happy that his eyes were brimming with tears. The crowd was in an uproar. Some people knew the youth's background and were all shaken. Back then, he really was an existence who dared to break into the forbidden zone of life to kill people. Because there were too many legends about him. That old bastard emperor of the underworld is one of the scourges that caused the collapse of the ancient heaven. He doesn't have much time left. I almost went to the underworld to settle things with him. But now that you've come out, it seems like I can't seal myself anymore." The youth laughed self-mockingly and said, "It's so cruel for people like us to end like this. It can be considered a different way to achieve the Tao, just like that Saint Physique. It is indeed a pity to end like this," the first Divine General said softly. He was a bit sentimental, a bit disappointed and frustrated. The youth carried the stone rod and casually swung it around. He was extremely relaxed as he said, "You also feel that it is a pity? Then let's carry out a different type of decisive battle. How are we going to fight?" The first Divine General asked. "One person will charge into a forbidden zone of life and unleash a massacre. Let's see if we can kill one or two supreme beings." The youth laughed unbridledly. He was extremely radiant and heroic as he said, "When they achieved the Tao, it was their fortune that they didn't encounter us. However, we also have to let them know that there were two people like this. If they were in this world, they wouldn't have a chance." The first Divine General sighed. He was born 9,000 years later than the undying heavenly emperor. When he rose up, the other party had already achieved the Tao. He didn't have a chance no matter what. Then what are we waiting for? Let's fight our own battles. The true unrivaled heroes are only people like us. The youth laughed in a carefree manner. "The underworld emperor is mine. Don't fight with me over him. That old thing has lived for too long. It's time for him to die." Then, he turned around and looked at Yi Fan. "You have the bearing of my youth. Your fighting prowess isn't bad. I won't fight with you guys in this world. This era belongs to you guys." Haha. The first Divine General suddenly laughed loudly. However, it was somewhat desolate as he said, "Who would have thought that there would be a day when we could talk like this instead of fighting to the death? That's because you and I are the same kind of people. We were born on opposite sides. However, the current era is different." The youth picked up the stone rod and said, "Let's go. I can't wait to kill that bastard underworld emperor." This youth had this kind of demeanor, this kind of brilliance, and this kind of unrestrained boldness. It made people sigh in admiration. How carefree and powerful was he? He said he was going to kill the supreme beings of the ancient times, yet he said it so casually. This was truly an unrivaled hero. Everyone was shaken. Many people's blood began to boil. The first divine general finally shook his head and said, "I can't leave, at least not now. I can't watch her die." In his eyes, there was a graceful figure that made his expression very complicated. Looking at the undying Heaven Empress on the phoenix nest, he wasn't willing to leave. "She's just a daughter. It's been so long, yet you still can't let go," the youth shouted. "How can you let go of the obsession in your heart? If it had been completely severed, you would already be an emperor. However, you still can't let go of it. You blame yourself and sigh over the collapse of the celestial court. When you guys are destroyed and the underworld collapses, I can let go of it. But now, your ending is already decided because you met me. After this matter is over, I will go to the underworld and kill the underworld emperor. Then, I can achieve the Tao and live for another 2 lives," the youth said sonorously. In the distance, the undying Heaven Empress on the phoenix nest stopped beating the drum. She looked at the first divine general's aged appearance in a daze. Her face was already full of tears. The youth who used to ride a white horse and a silver robe was now so old. Even his celestial horse was lame and had entered its twilight years. Such an unrivaled hero of the past had actually reached this day. The youth raised his head and shouted towards the phoenix nest, "That woman, he has sacrificed a lot for you. Do you want to see him die in regret? If you think for him, you should die immediately. Let him let go of everything and achieve the Tao. Don't be too selfish." "Is that so? If I die, you can achieve the Tao?" The undying Heaven Empress' beautiful face was filled with sparkling tears. She said with a trembling voice, "If possible, I will help you achieve the Tao." The first divine general shook his head and said, "Don't listen to her nonsense. You're so sentimental. I will help you achieve the Tao. Then, we will go to the forbidden area to kill people. Otherwise, you will be far inferior to me in your current state." The youth made his move and slapped towards the phoenix nest. Everyone was shocked. What kind of expert was he? He was so confident that he could slap the undying Heaven Empress to death with one palm. Chung! A dazzling silver dagger axe was raised horizontally, blocking the youth's path. The first divine general took action and met his attack head-on. The imperial Tao laws spread and everyone prostrated. They couldn't bear it and couldn't help but kowtow. The only fortunate thing was that the laws were controlled within a certain range. Otherwise, everyone would have died. "Woman, you ruined his previous life. In this life, he also had the chance to transcend and kill supreme beings in the forbidden area. However, he encountered you and was ruined again." The youth sneered. "If I am a burden, I am willing to die immediately." The undying Heaven Empress shed tears. She no longer looked like a female expert, but rather a weak little girl who didn't know what to do. When she thought of the past, her heart was in great pain. The first divine general shouted, "Foolish! You have been struck by his heavenly note immortal curse. He is forcing you to die. Whether you live or die is fine. It has already been engraved in my heart." When the undying Heaven Empress heard this, her heart was in even greater pain. She didn't leave or abandon him. The white horse silver-robed youth always guarded her side, never leaving. Clear tears tumbled down her face. She couldn't say a single word, only sobbing with sorrow. "Truly boring. You are pedantic to this extent. No wonder you can't achieve the Tao. Let's go, I can make them leave her life and not kill her. For people like us to end up with mutual destruction, it truly is a tragedy of the world. People like us should at least kill a supreme being and bury a forbidden area with them. Life was born in the wrong era, unable to act independently. Death naturally has to be chosen by oneself. Die in extreme glory. Your distinguished self has sent down a divine decree. This time, we naturally won't kill the heavenly empress," said the old deity. "This universe is too filthy. It is meaningless to you and me. Let's go choose a graveyard." The youth roared with laughter and displayed a great divine ability. This place immediately collapsed and forcefully shifted the battlefield. He and the first divine general disappeared. Everyone was stupefied. Did they really slaughter their way into the life-forbidden area? They were truly unmatched heroes. Chapter 17:13. It had been a long time since those two left. This battlefield was still quiet. The appearance of these two stunning figures made heaven and earth lose their brilliance. They were truly heroic. I live, I laugh, I am free and unrestrained, I am angry, I am angry, I am supreme. When I came to this world alive, I couldn't make my own choices. When I die, it is up to me, not up to the heavens. I am going to die in extreme glory. They were going to the life-restricted region. They laughed loudly, not caring about the road ahead. Their faces were just that brilliant, this unrestrained and carefree. They were going to kill supreme beings. Everyone was stupefied, unable to say anything. How could there be these types of people? They were going to rush into the life-restricted region. It was better than taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard, laughing crazily, carrying a metal spear on their back, fighting just like that. There wasn't any grand display, no world-shaking power, it was just that simple. At the end of fate, the brilliant fiery light erupted with a brilliance that illuminated all of cultivation history. It was unknown where it came from, but a wave of powerful fluctuations transmitted over. It was as if raging waves were beating against the shore, as if rocks were piercing through the sky, startling the entire cosmos. Space-time fragments flew over. In a daze, everyone saw that lame horse transform into a dragon. All of its injuries were gone, its entire body snow-white, without a single strand of mixed hair, becoming an unmatched heavenly horse. Meanwhile, a silver-robed youth on top of it held a shining spear in his hands, pointing it towards the 9 heavens. He was in high spirits, domineering beyond compare. On the phoenix nest, undying Heaven Empress stood there, her body on the verge of collapse. Her face was covered in tears, silently sliding down. That blurry scene, even though it only appeared for a moment, she saw it clearly. That was the past #1 divine general. His style exceptional, unmatched. He fought with his spear alone, tearing apart the 9 heavens. However, she knew that after today, she would never see that person again. That silver-robed youth on the white horse, an unmatched heavenly talent, stepped onto the peak of his own extreme Tao, but he would never return, thus disappearing from this world. Ha ha! In a daze, everyone heard that youth's clear and bright laughter again. Then, he entered underworld Earth, wishing to kill ancient supreme beings. The stone rod moved through the heavens, his domineering aura matchless. That instant of radiance illuminated eternity. After who knew how much time had passed, the people of this place were still in silence. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. Behind Yi Fan, the void shattered. A spiritual battle corpse that had just poked half of its body out was smashed into pieces by a scorpion's tail swing without even turning its head. Even the law of the Great Path and the fragments of its weapon were sent flying in all directions. This was a quasi-emperor battle corpse. It attacked, but was dealt with by him. If you want to kill me, then do it openly. These are useless. Even if you all come at me together, it won't be enough. Yi Fan laughed coldly. He broke the silence, walking forward step by step. He wasn't that fast, but there was a powerful pressure that made the sky dome tremble. Boom, boom. In the end, every time Yi Fan took a step, a large part of the starry sky would collapse, and the army of Yin soldiers in front of him would suffer unimaginable damage. Even with the corpse of the quasi-emperor leading the army, it was not enough. Yi Fan didn't hold anything back. All the blood in his body was boiling, and the light from his skull shot into the sky. He was glowing from head to toe like a god from ancient times, emitting an unimaginably terrifying aura. This was a kind of invincible might. A person's power covered the entire sky dome. For the Yin soldiers, this kind of intense power was fatal, and they were all burning up. Rebirth! Yama Hall Master shouted. A gray Yin chi flew over, and the 6 paths of reincarnation flashed together. It flew towards Yi Fan, wanting to devour him and send him to the underworld Earth to die. Yama Hall Master was a little anxious. The youth from the ancient heaven was too terrifying. He wanted to go back and send a message to prevent the sleeping emperor of the underworld from having an accident. But how could he let him do as he wished? Yi Fan himself didn't even move. A green lotus had already flown over, shattering the ancient void and shattering the 6 paths of reincarnation gate. The gray mist scattered. The woodcutter took action. He had Qing Emperor's weapon, so he naturally wouldn't sit and watch as the Yama Hall Master bathed this place in blood. His mission was to restrain and kill him. Kill. The era of the ancient heaven has long passed. Protect our god, fight for him, and kill all of them. For the glory of the past, for the dignity of the ancient heaven, wash away the shame, kill the remnants of the undying heavenly emperor. Battle cries shook the heavens, and the battle spread far and wide. Every part of the starry sky was boiling, and experts were like trees in a forest, killing everywhere. Laws fell like rain, falling continuously. Even great sages would be quickly submerged in this kind of battle. The legends of the strong would be easily shattered in this kind of magnificent battle. Because there were no weaklings among the heroes. They came from various supreme races. Everyone was a great sage. Only the quasi-emperor could stand alone in this world. Yi Tong's entire body blossomed with the divine light of the sun, and she fought a great battle with the Imperial Guard commander who rushed out of the phoenix nest. It was a female quasi-emperor with a terrifying cultivation. Komatsu and Gu Shinao also took action together, killing the experts of the underworld. Those ancient corpses all had astonishing origins, and from time to time, people would cry out in alarm, recognizing them as the peerless clan masters of a certain generation. Yang Shi, Shan Huang, and the others also attacked in the Sea of People, slaughtering in all directions, fighting the heroes of the ancient races. The universe was really too big. This time, the general drums of the heavenly sovereign and the war bugle call of the sovereign martial emperor had really affected a lot of people. It was unknown how many races had been alarmed, including many quasi-emperors who had crossed over. How many years had it been since there had been such a large-scale battle like this? This was definitely the most bitter battle after the darkness turmoil. Human lives were cheaper than grass, and experts fell in large numbers. Blood dyed the heaven and earth red, and this was a scene of doomsday. Everyone went crazy. The undying heaven empress wiped away her tears, and her expression became very cold. She continuously beat the drum, and the oppressive drum sound was like the roar of an ancient beast from the immortal world, intimidating everyone's soul. This kind of drum sound affected people's will, and made them go crazy. The descendants of the 8 tribes and all the other followers went berserk, almost to the point of insanity. They charged forward without fear of death, and many people's blood was boiling. Heaven Empress, are you still not going to retreat? Even if I promise not to kill you, there are still others. If you continue to be so obstinate, it will be too late for regrets. Shouted the old god. Haha. In this world, everything is empty. If I don't reach the peak, then let the entire world be buried with me. The undying heaven empress had gone crazy. There were tears and malevolence on her face, and her elegant and moving face was filled with complex emotions. It was impossible for that white horse youth to return alive. Her heart was filled with endless pain, and rather than that, she might as well shatter the universe. With the heaven empress strength, you still can't do that, right? Said the old god without any trace of politeness. Can't do it? I will let all of you understand that this world is going to tremble and shatter. Shouted the undying heaven empress. Boom. What responded to her was the rumbling of a bugle horn. The old god ascended the phoenix nest and fought fiercely with her. The heavenly emperor's general summoning drum and prime emperor's bugle horn collided, emitting strands of immortal light. The sound was shocking, and it tore apart the universe. The two fought fiercely. Immortal sounds rose in all directions, and divine winds surged. It was as if 2 ancient emperors had reappeared and were fighting in this world. The heavenly emperor's secret weapon against the prime emperor's magical weapon was like a tit against an awl. It was like a battle between ancient emperors. They were both great characters whose names had shaken the ages. Since ancient times, how many people could be compared to them? Heh! The general summoning drum that the heavenly emperor painstakingly refined is only even a targeted blood sacrifice couldn't suppress the prime emperor's bugle horn. I heard that the prime emperor's bugle horn is a true dragon horn. It doesn't look like much, but it actually can't break open the heavenly emperor's bugle horn. How disappointing! As the undying heaven empress and the old god fought, the guards of both sides were also fighting to the death. Not only were they fighting, but their mouths were also not idle. They were destroying each other's fighting spirit and making their minds unsteady. Bang! No one could stop Yifan from going out. The old god was fighting against the heavenly empress, and the woodcutter old man was fighting against the Yama lord. Right now, he was the only supreme powerhouse that was free. He slaughtered in all directions as if he had entered an unstoppable realm. Brat, come here. You're full of vigor. Take my place and let this old man rest for a while. The old man with a mouth full of yellow teeth shouted. There was a terrifying palm print on his back, and his clothes were tattered. He was ambushed by a battle corpse, and he was almost sucked into the Yama Lord's gate of reincarnation. He had long since been injured, and fighting against the netherworld demonic god was a bit strenuous. All right, I'll go. Yi Fan rushed forward and took the old man's place. As a result, as soon as the old man left the battlefield, he was full of vigor again. It was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He leapt high into the air and pounced towards the phoenix nest. His eyes shone with a thieving light as he said, I'm coming. This wretched look immediately made Yi Fan lose his temper. This guy was obviously aiming for the treasures in the phoenix nest. His current excitement allowed him to fight another 10 battles in a row without a problem. The netherworld demonic god was truly powerful. Even though he was no longer as grand as he was in the past, Yi Fan still felt a huge pressure, as if he was facing a desolate beast from the time when the heavens were opened. In reality, the netherworld demonic god was truly a desolate beast. The power of his race's bloodline was powerful. Even though he had transformed into a human, the huge figure behind him was still like a mountain. It could transform into a physical body at any time and pounce over. Heaven's pride of the 6th layer, let me see just how extraordinary you are. The netherworld demonic god roared and rushed over like a dark cloud. His blood energy was like the sea, and his body was like a devil. A green lamp lit up the universe, and the laws spread along with the light. He did not look down on Yi Fan, because he knew that although his cultivation level was high, his body's condition was not good, and he could not display all of his strength. Boom! The green lamp shone, and there was a little person sitting cross-legged in the wick. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the laws and immortal light that Yi Fan had shaken out, transforming them into his own essence energy. The wick's flame blazed and erupted. This kind of flame was very special. It was surrounded by a large expanse of mist that covered the sky and covered the earth. It could corrode one's essence energy and primordial spirit, and it could even disintegrate the physical body. It was rumored that this was the power of destruction from the time when the heavens were opened. Yi Fan's palm struck out. Originally, it could shatter the sky, but it was disintegrated by this extremely soft and power. His heart immediately jumped. Kill! This was not a battle that could end in a short period of time. It would be a bitter battle. In reality, this also proved all of this. The netherworld demonic god became more and more courageous as he killed. There was a wave of medicinal power in his body. Clearly, it was the medicinal power of the 9 revolutions immortal pill that was taking effect, and his condition was developing in a good direction. The person who was praised by the #1 divine general of the ancient heaven, you are very strong, but don't ever give me a chance. Otherwise, killing geniuses and covering the sky with one hand is my style. The netherworld demonic god's body was covered in blood as he spoke coldly. I won't give you a chance. Your era has come to an end, and everything will become a thing of the past. This era belongs to the next generation. Yi Fan said calmly. After thousands of attacks of life and death, flowers of blood appeared on Yi Fan's body. At this moment, he had already seen through all of the other party's battle skills and triggered the divine restriction. Boom! The celestial emperor's fist was unparalleled in this world. Blazing golden light sprinkled down. Yi Fan was like a great emperor on a journey. He smashed the green lamp in front of him with a fist, and at the same time, the netherworld demonic god's body also exploded, and blood spilled in the cosmos. Everyone felt a chill. Yi Fan was too powerful. He killed 3 divine generals in succession, and they were all supreme experts who had followed the undying heavenly emperor in the past. Almost all of these people who had lived to this era had died in his hands. No matter how great an expert was, they were nothing in front of the passage of time. In the end, they would only be left with specks of blood. Boom! Suddenly, in the depths of the starry sky, a terrifying aura filled the air, shaking the world of mortals. It's the direction of the underworld. Yi Fan suddenly raised his head. The fluctuations there were intense, and space-time fragments flew out, rushing in all directions. A youth could vaguely be seen. He whistled through the heaven and earth, and the sky-bending bow was about to shoot down a supreme being. Chapter 17:14. Those were the fragments of time that scattered across the cosmos. The true scene couldn't be seen, only some fragmented scenes. Clearly, that part of the cosmos had been smashed to pieces. The young man's eyes were bright and spirited. He was incomparably focused. The pitch-black bow was drawn. There were no feathers. He summoned a heavenly river and condensed it into a cosmos divine arrow. It contained his essence energy that could split the heavens and earth. In the distance, an ancient figure walked out from the broken underworld earth. He was clad in black armor. His entire body was pitch black, and the armor even covered his face and eyes. Only black light flowed about. Even though they were separated by who knew how many galaxies, the aura of death still made people tremble. It was as if they were looking at a dead immortal. This was a terrifying supreme being. Before he became the Underworld Emperor, his corpse's past life was an emperor-level character. His accomplishments were incomparable. At this moment, he stepped out from the underworld earth like an immortal demon that could destroy the world. The young man was fearless. His face was even more brilliant. He towered under the starry sky, his black hair flying about. Unfortunately, people could only see this scene. The other scenes turned into fragments of time and flew everywhere, never to be seen again. Everyone knew that the young man had taken action against the Underworld Emperor. The unrivaled general of the ancient heaven was a heaven-defying existence. He didn't really kill his way into the life-forbidden region of the legendary era. He wanted to kill an emperor and fight to the death. Dong. In the depths of the cosmos, the sound of a world shattering could be heard. Terrifying laws pervaded the air. Everyone trembled, but in the end, they couldn't go and watch the battle. Kill! After a short moment of absent-mindedness, everyone returned to reality. The decisive battle unfolded. This was a blood-stained picture scroll. The great battle continued. Yi Fan killed the third divine general. There was no one else beside him. Not a single expert dared to approach. This was the unrivaled style of killing. Everywhere he passed, everyone would retreat. On the battlefield, Yi Tong, Komatsu, Yang Shi, Shan Huang, and the big-bearded man could almost stabilize the situation. Now, only the decisive battle in the Phoenix Nest and the battle between the woodcutter old man and the Yama King remained. Yi Fan didn't care anymore. At this time, he no longer held back. The great Tao precious bottle above his head rose and fell. The heaven-devouring evil jar appeared, emitting an undying radiance. What, a monarch weapon? On this battlefield, everyone was trembling. Another emperor artifact appeared, moreover the most famous one, the heaven-devouring demonic jar that shook endless generations. How could they not feel fear? There were too many legends about this supreme artifact. It was rumored that as long as there was enough divine force and it was activated and refined to a certain degree, great monarch Vicious would reappear in this world and control the cycle of life and death. He would be invincible. It was because this was refined from her body, buried within her first life body. There were also primordial spirit laws and soul left behind after the transformation. In this world, the most mysterious great emperor was none other than her. Even to this day, no one knew if she was dead or alive, because there had always been a legend regarding her longevity. No one knew how many eras she had lived. Moreover, this demonic jar hadn't been broken even in the darkness chaos 300 years ago. It had fought a bloody battle against a supreme being, but it still didn't break. From this, one could see just how terrifying its demonic nature was. As a divine body, Yi Fan's most powerful aspect was his blood energy. His essence energy surged like a vast ocean, shaking the endless starry skies. It was as if a supreme emperor had come into being. His entire body was shining. He used all of his strength to activate the heaven-devouring demonic jar and slaughtered in all directions. No one could stop him, wiping out a large portion of the Een army and Phoenix Nest's troops. Wherever he went, there were only bones and blood. There wasn't a single person left. This was the path of a great emperor, an unrivaled Tao. He wouldn't be able to find another opponent. Then, he took action against the Phoenix Nest. Heaven-overflowing blood energy wrapped around the heaven-devouring demonic jar as he smashed it against the enormous ancient nest, using all of his strength. Yi Fan was already at the 6th heavenly layer of the quasi-emperor realm. His blood surged, and he used his ocean-like essence energy to refine the emperor artifact. Reviving the heaven-devouring demonic jar naturally wasn't an issue. Hong Long Glong. The heavens were trembling, the stars were trembling, and the entire world was collapsing. The extreme divine might erupted, and endless auspicious colors surged. Everyone retreated. Those who stood in the way could only die. Under the pressure of the extreme Tao, the great sage could only explode and turn into a bloody pulp. He couldn't even take a single blow. Wherever the heaven-devouring demonic jar went, there was no longer a single opponent. 1. The phoenix nest disintegrated. Undying Heaven Empress, who was standing on top, had a trace of blood seeping out of her mouth. Her ice-cold gaze looked over, but she couldn't stop anything. The great battle with the old god had reached its climax. Yi Fan used the heaven-devouring demonic jar to break open this undying nest made of phoenix wood. It was a magical artifact in itself, and there were many densely packed runes carved on it. However, at this moment, it couldn't hold on any longer. There were even imperial runes left behind by the undying Heaven Emperor, but the heaven-devouring demonic jar possessed a terrifying devouring power. It directly swallowed the power of those runes. The trapped white-haired sword god rushed out, and the yellow-toothed old man turned into a beam of light. They roamed about the fragmented phoenix nest and plundered wantonly. "You guys are forcing me!" Undying Heaven Empress screamed. Her beautiful face seemed very sinister. "I'm not forcing you, but I'm going to kill you," Yi Fan said coldly. These days, as long as he closed his eyes, his mind would be restless. The scenes of the future would always appear in his mind. The 10,000 years of loneliness, the 10,000 years of indifference, the 10,000 years of desolation. It made him feel so much pain that he wanted to die. That corner of the future made him unable to calm down and close his eyes. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others had all died in battle. Yi Tong and Komatsu had been smashed to pieces by the undying Heaven Empress and the powerhouses of the underworld. Their blood splashed across the starry river. It was incomparably tragic. Ji Ziyue turned into blood and was buried in the ruins. Little Violet was so young and immature that she couldn't escape this calamity. What he saw was blood. When he closed his eyes, it was all he could see. He couldn't sleep at night, and every moment was spent in anxiety. This was the reason why Yi Fan didn't care about the price and did his best to start this battle. Passively waiting for disaster to descend wasn't his choice. He wanted to change everything and kill the undying Heaven Empress first. Boom! Yi Fan activated the heaven-devouring demon jar and dealt heavy blows to the undying Heaven Empress. Even his primordial spirit was about to burn. The undying Heaven Empress and the old god fought. Both wielded terrifying immortal treasures left behind by the ancient emperor. They were originally evenly matched, but now the balance was broken. She was heavily injured and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Yi Fan's mind trembled, and he pulled back at the right time because he sensed that something was wrong on the other side of the battlefield. The woodcutter and the Yamahal master were both burning their divine blood and fighting with their lives on the line. Clearly, the Yamahal master had a bad premonition and knew that the situation was hopeless. He wanted to break out of the encirclement, and the woodcutter was doing his best to stop him. Kill! Yi Fan took a step forward, and his understanding of this profound meaning had long reached the pinnacle of perfection. Time and space froze. He approached and activated the demon jar to smash down. Rumble! This was a great battle. The black spear in the Yamahal master's hand was like the sea of death as it met the heaven-devouring demon jar. With a clang, sparks flew in all directions, as brilliant as the heavenly river flowing backwards. Junior, you have cultivated for hundreds of years, and you still dare to bully me? The Yamahal master's expression was sinister. The giant horns on his head flowed with demonic light, and his green claws were terrifying. He stood there with his spear in hand, looking majestic without being angry. This is no longer your era. It's time to end. Everything belongs to our generation. Yi Fan said mercilessly as he attacked again. With a rumble, the divine restriction was activated, and his battle prowess rose rapidly. The demon jar on his head opened, and endless immortal light gushed out, blasting towards the Yamahal master. He stood at the sixth layer of heaven of the quasi-emperor, and wanted to fight against someone who also wielded an emperor weapon. Naturally, he was at an absolute disadvantage, but he had activated the divine restriction and instantly closed the distance. He could fight. 2 beams of green light shot out from the Yamahal master's eyes. To be able to cultivate to this level, he was naturally the most terrifying person. He could also activate the divine restriction, but he couldn't do as he pleased. This made him feel great anxiety. He had to get rid of Yi Fan, or else he would definitely become the most terrifying enemy of the underworld in the future. Vaguely, the Yamahal master seemed to have seen the rise of a great emperor. He had to stop this change and cut off Yi Fan's path forward. Rumble! The emperor weapons collided, and the woodcutter also attacked. "I'll stop that spear of death. You go and stop him," the woodcutter said. Yi Fan nodded, and the two of them attacked separately. "Ah!" The Yamahal master roared and tore through the void, but he was smashed out by the Green Emperor Lotus and the heaven-devouring demon jar. The woodcutter used all his techniques and placed the green lotus on the nether death spear, locking it in place so that it couldn't break free. The Yamahal master was terrified. The woodcutter didn't attack him and was only responsible for restraining his weapon. Meanwhile, Yi Fan held the heaven-devouring demon jar and erupted with the Supreme Emperor's might, crushing forward. "I want you to understand that the gap between us can't be bridged, not even divine restrictions. I will achieve the Tao, and my comprehension of the Emperor realm is not something that divine restrictions can touch." The Yamahal master shouted, not letting go of the nether death spear. While confronting the woodcutter old man, he also tried his best to attack Yi Fan. The black spear burst forth with strands of light, shooting forward. "It's useless to say anything. Your era is over. We will rise in this era, and swear to flatten the underworld." Yi Fan roared. The demonic lid flew up, and the jar's mouth rushed forward, aiming at the Yamahal master. It fiercely attacked, and millions of rays of light submerged that place. Clang! The nether death spear and the Green Emperor Lotus trembled, resisting the divine might. This place was in chaos. "Still not enough," the Yamahal master retorted. Even though he couldn't pull back the nether death spear, he could still borrow the power of his own laws to resist the two of them. Under his desperate struggle, he erupted with extraordinary strength. "Still not enough? Then let's fight again." Yi Fan roared. He stood in the divine forbidden domain, connecting heaven and earth. His battle prowess was boundless, suppressing the surrounding star domains until they collapsed. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock, and they all fled. This battlefield was cleared out. Yi Fan used the all-character secret art. His entire body surged with battle intent, and his battle prowess soared to the peak of his life. He had never reached such a level before. Now, the all-character secret art could only be used in the divine forbidden domain. It increased the quality of one's body in all aspects. Regardless of whether it was battle prowess, speed, or primordial spirit, they all directly rose to 10 times. This was a heaven-defying secret art. Even though it was difficult to use and had too many restrictions, once one reached this realm, once it was used, the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers would lose their color, and heaven and earth would collapse. Great Emperor? Everyone was shaken as they felt the aura of an emperor. There was a barrier in the Great Emperor's domain, blocking all attacks from those below and restricting all kinds of methods to break in. However, at this moment, everyone seemed to feel some kind of aura. The heaven-devouring evil jar flew up and fell down, directly causing the Yamahal master to let go. He threw away the nether death spear, and the 3 emperor weapons flew out at the same time. Yi Fan looked down on the world, his thick black hair fluttering in the wind. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but want to kneel down. There was a faintly discernible imperial might. Perhaps he wouldn't be any weaker than the #1 divine general of ancient heaven, right? Yi Fan took action, fighting in close combat against the Yamahal master. This was a great battle without weapons. Kill! Boom! Every punch saw blood, and every punch entered flesh. This was a great battle that ordinary people couldn't imagine. Yi Fan fought against the Yamahal master. He was at the peak of his life, standing at the absolute peak of life. The power he displayed was unparalleled. "Ah!" the Yamahal master roared. His whole body was covered in blood. Even though he resisted, even though he was unparalleled and domineering, even though his battle strength was heaven-defying, he was still shattered by Yi Fan's celestial emperor fist. Only his primordial spirit escaped, turning into a ray of green light that tore through space and time. The heaven-devouring evil jar flew up, and strands of celestial light directly sucked him in. The demonic lid closed, and with a clang, everything returned to silence. The Yamahal master's corpse lay on the ground. His huge body was split into pieces and exploded in the starry sky, forming a path of blood and bones that extended to the feet of Yi Fan. Everyone knew that no one in this era could stop Yi Fan's imperial path. A great emperor was about to rise in this era. Chapter 17:15. The Yama Temple Master was dead, killed by Yi Fan and turned into a pile of blood and bones. His corpse lay at Yi Fan's feet. Anyone would be horrified by this result. A person who was about to achieve Tao had died just like that. How could they not be shocked? As a powerhouse of the underworld, he controlled the fates of the world. He was an innate god, but he couldn't control his own life and death and had stepped into reincarnation. This part of the universe was deathly silent. The people of the underworld and the phoenix nest felt a chill run down their spines. Yi Fan already had such world-shocking combat strength. If he was given more time, who would be able to stop him in the future? Was the legend that a saint body couldn't become a monarch going to be broken? Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. Woo! The nether death spear trembled and pierced through the void, disappearing from this place. Yi Fan and the woodcutter didn't stop it. They couldn't destroy it. Keeping it by their side would require a monarch weapon to suppress it. Sooner or later, it would be a disaster. The Yama Temple Master was dead, and the underworld army had collapsed. Yi Tong, Kamatsu, Gu Jiao, Yang Shi, Big Beard, Shan Huang, and the others had utterly defeated them. How could the nether soldiers and war slaves stop them? Their morale had been destroyed. Dong. In the distance, the undying Heaven Empress and the old god were fighting. Her face was full of anger. She couldn't accept this result, but if this continued, it wouldn't change the result. Suddenly, a small Tao platform flew out from the top of her head. It was simple and holy, emitting an ancient aura. It quickly enlarged. What is this thing? Everyone was stunned. Immortal Phoenix Platform. The old god's expression changed. The people of God's organization were all palpitating. They were descendants of the ancient heaven and had naturally heard of the rumors. They were extremely nervous and even a little afraid. Heavenly Emperor, show yourself. I know you're still in this world. Didn't you take action when that person suppressed me in the Purple Mountain? The undying Heaven Empress said calmly. Then, she chanted an incantation. Ancient runes flew out one after another and branded themselves in the void. Then they poured into the simple Tao platform. The divine platform started enlarging and stopped when it was 30 meters wide. It floated in the universe without any luster. There were only spots of blood on the platform, emitting the aura of the great Tao. This is the ancient Phoenix stage where the immortal Heavenly Emperor comprehended the Tao. It was a divine item that represented the magic and Tao of the paramount god of the past. He had spent most of his life sitting cross-legged on it, and as such, it held extraordinary significance. All the heroes felt their blood run cold. The undying Heaven Empress expression was so solemn that it was as if she was talking to an ancient sovereign on the Tao platform, as if there really was a person there. Vaguely, everyone seemed to see an illusory figure sitting cross-legged on the Phoenix Tao platform, not moving at all. This left everyone horrified. The Sky Emperor was still alive, and could he reappear in this world? This was unbelievable. Heavenly Emperor, are you still not coming out? I'm about to die. How can you bear to do this? Undying Heaven Empress shouted. When these words were spoken, it caused everyone's hair to stand on end. No wonder the undying Heaven Empress said that she could bury the entire universe with her. If the most terrifying undying Heavenly Emperor was still alive, he could really do it. However, the Phoenix stage still didn't show any reaction, to the extent where that indistinct void figure also disappeared, no longer appearing, only Imperial Tao natural laws swirling about. Sky Emperor, why don't you come out? When Wuxia suppressed us in Mount Purple, didn't you take action? Are you really so heartless today? The undying Heaven Empress faintly said. These words shocked everyone. What happened back then? Great Emperor Wuxia entered Mount Purple, suppressed the undying Heaven Empress, and even drew out the Heavenly Emperor? This was simply earth-shattering. Everyone's ears rang with wang-wang sounds, not daring to believe her words. The Heavenly Emperor had lived until the Desolate Era and had once fought with Great Emperor Wuxia. This was simply like a legend, surpassing everyone's understanding. And such a world-shaking battle hadn't spread to the world, so the whole world didn't know about it. That must have been the most terrifying battle. This was Great Emperor Wuxia, the most powerful Great Emperor since ancient times. He had suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and there was no one he couldn't deal with. He was invincible throughout his life, intimidating even the forbidden regions into silence. Even the powerful underworld, which had existed for tens of thousands of years, could only keep a low profile when facing Great Emperor Wuxia. They sealed themselves in their immortal treasures, not daring to resist. As for the undying heavenly emperor, there was no need to even mention him. No one would have thought that great Emperor Wuxia still had such a glorious battle, clashing with the highest heavenly emperor of the ancient times. Whether he lived or died, whether he won or lost, everyone wanted to know. This is too terrifying. Even now, great Emperor Wuxia's experiences cannot be known by the world. Everyone sighed. However, on that Tao platform, the indistinct figure completely disappeared. Even the natural laws were restrained, and nothing could be seen. The undying heavenly emperor didn't appear. Heavenly emperor, you are so ruthless. The undying heaven empress sighed. She felt so unresigned. Even her most powerful trump card was useless. She couldn't use it, and this made her sink into despair. The heavenly emperor was emotionless and wholeheartedly pursued the Tao. There was nothing in this world that could restrict him, and the 8 divine generals had all heard of him. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel a chill. Could it be that you lost against Wuxia? Impossible, I know you are still alive, still in this world. When these words were spoken, everyone trembled even more. Even their souls were throbbing. What kind of heaven-shocking news was this? The undying heavenly emperor was still alive. At this moment, there was no sound. Great waves surged in everyone's hearts, and they couldn't calm down. What kind of great world was this? Long live the supreme undying deity. The heavenly emperor is immortal, and his long life can be seen. In this era, we are willing to abide by the oath and fight to the death for our emperor. Suddenly, the 8 divine generals and many powerful great clans all shouted loudly. Their voices were like landslides and tsunamis. They were full of confidence, and their blood vessels surged. They were greatly encouraged. The faces of everyone from God's organization turned pale. This was the most terrifying result. The venerable emperor was no longer here. So who could suppress the undying heavenly emperor? That person was considered the most terrifying since ancient times. Apart from the unmatched venerable emperors, how many people could fight against him? Especially in this era, if the undying heavenly emperor returned, then it would announce that ancient heaven was completely finished. Even if there were descendants, they couldn't defy the heavens. Do you think she's alive just because she said she's alive? She's long dead. The old deity spoke. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and the woodcutter elder were even more unmoved. They pressed forward. Who cared if the heavenly emperor was alive or not? They were going to kill the heavenly empress and not give her a way out. Heavenly emperor, are you still not going to appear? I don't believe you're dead. Could it be that Wuxia is really that terrifying? You two have been confronting each other all this time, unable to separate yourselves? The undying heaven empress shouted. Her beautiful hair flew about. She was unwilling and didn't want things to end like this. Unfortunately, the heavenly phoenix stage was extremely calm. Nothing appeared. Pa! She slapped out with her palm, heavily striking the heavenly phoenix stage. However, it didn't shatter. At this moment, her situation was worrying. Yi Fan and the woodcutter elder walked over with emperor weapons in hand. They were going to encircle and annihilate her, sealing off all of her paths of retreat. The result could be imagined. There was no suspense at all. In the depths of the cosmos, resplendent radiance suddenly erupted. Space-time fragments flew about chaotically. Fragmented scenes appeared one after another. A youth with a white horse and silver robes had an exceptional bearing. He was currently engaged in the most glorious battle of his life. He wanted to slaughter an emperor and cut down a supreme being. If he succeeded, it would naturally shake the heavens of all ages. After the undying heaven empress saw this, her expression became even more sorrowful. Tears slid down her face as she said with a trembling voice, "Ning Fei." She called out the first divine general's name. In the distance, that figure disappeared. That was only a space-time fragment and not a real person. Goodbye, Ning Fei. I've missed out on the archaic era. Being able to meet you again in this world already leaves me with no regrets. If we can meet again in the next life, I'm willing to turn into a flower and bloom at your side. The undying heaven empress cried out in grief. Then, she laughed loudly. Sparkling and translucent tears rolled down her cheeks as she released heaven-overflowing killing intent. The war drum in her hand seemed like it was about to shatter. Strands of blood flowed out from the space between her brows. Then, It turned into a sparkling and glistening little phoenix. Its entire body was bright red. It spread its wings and soared into the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. Everyone's expressions froze as they sensed the aura of an ancient supreme being. During this process, the undying Heaven Empress removed a silver hairpin from her head. It was actually a small silver dagger axe. She placed it in the void and softly said, "Goodbye, we'll meet again in the next life." However, the small silver dagger axe actually exploded, burning into a resplendent radiance. It tore through the cosmos and rushed into the distance. This shocked everyone. Even the undying Heaven Empress herself was dumbfounded. A silver path spread out from the depths of the cosmos to this place. A white celestial horse trod on the heavenly path, causing a hurricane to sweep through the cosmos and shatter many stars. The first divine general appeared. He was just like in the past, looking down on the world. The silver dagger axe in his hand cut through the 9 heavens. He was dressed in a silver robe and looked otherworldly. He spurred his horse over and stood above the gods as if he was about to ascend to immortality. He attacked with the heavenly dagger axe in his hand and tore through the encirclement, sending the old god flying. With a dang sound, he collided with the Azure Emperor's weapon. The celestial horse was like a dragon as he entered the battlefield. Even the 2 supreme experts couldn't stop him for even a single step. At this moment, he was like a deity descending to the mortal world. He was matchless and unparalleled. His white horse and silver robe swept through the world with no opponent. The undying Heaven Empress tears fell like rain. At this final moment, only this person had come to save her. This caused her to silently weep. She thought of the ancient past. It was filled with too much bitterness and regret. The first divine general Ning Fei brought the undying Heaven Empress onto the back of his horse and was about to charge out with her. The old god moved with the venerable emperor's horn. The woodcutter frowned and said, "I can't stop him. He has already died in battle. This is only his undying obsession. He insists on bringing away the person he is protecting. If his wish isn't fulfilled, he won't leave until he dies." Ning Fei. The undying Heaven Empress cried out in fear when she heard this. She used her hand to touch the silver-robed youth's face. Her crystalline fingers were trembling and her entire body was trembling. "You're dead. And you'll never return. You can't protect me by my side. I hate you. Ning Fei, come back to life." The undying Heaven Empress cried out mournfully. Her beautiful face was filled with despair and her heart was filled with endless sorrow. The silver-robed youth didn't say anything. His entire body was burning with silver radiance. The celestial horse he was sitting on was also the same. One man and one mount were as pure and holy as a deity. They wanted to bring that woman away. "Ning Fei, I don't want you to die. As long as you come back to life, I'm willing to let go of everything and leave with you." The undying Heaven Empress cried out in fear. Unfortunately, that was only the obsession of an undying divine soul. Although it still looked as peerless as before, there was no longer any response. The undying Heaven Empress' flawless countenance gradually turned malevolent. Her hatred overflowed to the heavens. She couldn't accept this result and was filled with sorrow. The heaven-devouring jar above Yi Fan's head bobbed up and down. He walked forward step by step. Although he had seen a tragedy and this tragic ending made his heart sink, he wouldn't stop. He wanted to keep the undying Heaven Empress. Chapter 17:16. Let him go. His obsession is too deep. If he can't fulfill his wish, he won't leave until he dies, said the woodcutter. The woodcutter said, even if he wasn't the real first godly general, he still possessed terrifying battle prowess. All was silent. No one spoke. Whether it was friend or foe, they all had complicated feelings. The first divine general Ning Fei was so outstanding, yet he had fallen to such a fate. It made people sigh. Such a proud son of heaven had fallen just like that. There were also people who sympathized with the undying Heaven Empress. The two had been separated by a lifetime. It was clear that she and Ning Fei had a story, but in the end, they hadn't been able to be together. The heaven-devouring demon jar floated above Yi Fan's head. His eyes were like lightning. He didn't have a heart of stone. The first divine general was so persistent that he would protect the woman he once loved even in death. This made his heart heavy, but he had seen a corner of the future. The undying Heaven Empress had personally killed Yi Tong, Komatsu, and Little Purple. Thus, He didn't want to let the Heaven Empress go even if he had to pay a great price. Bang! The world shook. The aura of a supreme being came from the depths of the distant starry skies. It swallowed the sun, moon, and stars, shocking everyone. Yi Fan's expression changed for the first time. He sighed and stepped aside, no longer blocking Ning Fei and allowing him to leave with the undying Heaven Empress. This was because he had thought of something even more terrifying. The first divine general of ancient heaven and Ning Fei had just gone to kill a supreme being. Had they succeeded? Or had they died in battle, unable to accomplish anything? If the supreme being from the Forbidden Zone came out to destroy the world, that would be terrifying to the extreme. Silver divine splendor shot into the sky. Ning Fei leapt into the sky and disappeared from this place, vanishing into the depths of the universe in the blink of an eye. The stars twinkled, constantly retreating. The undying Heaven Empress wept. She stroked that heroic face, trembling. She was afraid that if she blinked, she would never see him again. But she also knew that this was truly an eternal farewell. The silver-robed youth who had protected her for a lifetime would never see her again. He had once been so outstanding, unstoppable. Not even the 9 heavens and 10 earths could trap him. Now all of this was history. In the deepest depths of the starry skies, after the undying Heaven Empress was safe, the Pegasus came to a halt. His entire body began to burn, and the peerlessly heroic number 1 war general began to blur. Silver light flared, and he no longer existed. The undying Heaven Queen threw herself forward and cried loudly. She held the silver hairpin in her hand. It was a small silver battle spear. She wanted to become one with the youth. However, this was clearly futile. The heroic silver-robed youngster quickly aged and then disintegrated. Even the heavenly horse was like this, experiencing an entire life in the shortest amount of time. From a heavenly dragon descending into the world of mortals, to its fur losing luster, its long and healthy legs becoming limp, falling into the dust of the cosmos. No! The undying Heaven Empress let out a mournful cry filled with despair. Within the silver firelight, an old man with 1 foot in the grave nodded at her, saying his final farewell. At the last moment, his soul had awakened. Seeing that she had survived, he was finally free. Ah! The undying Heaven Empress staggered forward, wanting to hug that figure, but it was all in vain. In a daze, in the last brilliant silver firelight, she saw a silver-robed youth with a white horse smiling at her. He was so otherworldly, and his snow-white teeth were very brilliant. The undying Heaven Empress felt as if she had been struck by lightning. This was the scene of their first meeting, and he was so peerless. Boom! The silver light exploded, and everything ceased to exist. That figure had been obliterated, but it had forever been imprinted in her heart. A heart-wrenching cry of grief came from this part of the cosmos. On the battlefield, Yi Fan and the others gazed into the depths of the cosmos. They hadn't sensed the appearance of a supreme being. Although they weren't completely at ease, they had calmed down a little. And at this time, the battle had been completely settled. There was no suspense left. Kill! The old deity shouted. They were mortal enemies with the bloodline of the undying Heaven Emperor, and it was impossible to resolve the enmity. They had been opposing each other since ancient times, and everything had to come to an end. Even though their greatest enemy was still living in the life-forbidden zone and couldn't be shaken, they could now settle this karma. Not to mention Pang Bo, Dongfang Yi, Yi Tong, and the others, even the yellow-toothed old man, the woodcutter, and the others took action. There was no mercy on the battlefield, only life and death. This was a massacre. Blood dyed the sky red, and the sun and moon lost their light. No one knew how many people had died, and this place had become a battlefield of carnage. The descendants of the 8 tribes were all killed, and countless powerful races that followed the bloodline of the Heavenly Emperor were also killed. Even the starry sky was dyed red, and it was a tragic sight. In the end, the heavenly soldiers and the people of the Holy Ji Palace and God's organization couldn't kill anymore. Yi Fan and the woodcutter had long since stopped, and only then did it end. The leaders were all executed, and the rest surrendered and were all suppressed. This place became a blood-stained demonic land, and after thousands of years, it became a terrifying burial ground. Anyone who spoke of it would change their expression. This battlefield was preserved and written into the annals of history. Tens of thousands of years later, there would still be people coming here to pay homage and reminisce. In the depths of the starry sky, the undying Heaven Empress knelt on the ground and sobbed. "You are no longer here, and I have missed out on another life with you. What meaning is there? Just which restricted area is this? I will get revenge for you. She didn't know if Ning Fei succeeded in killing the Supreme Being, but he had indeed died in battle. Her eyes were filled with madness, and she wanted to get revenge regardless of the price. Underworld Emperor Old Ghost, I can't give you the Heavenly Emperor's blood that you want. I want revenge. The undying Heaven Empress went crazy, laughing loudly as if she had gone mad. Blood continuously dripped from the space between her brows. It was first bright red like a blood diamond, and then other colors appeared. In the end, it condensed into 5 colors that were brilliant and dazzling. It turned into an immortal phoenix in front of her head, spreading its wings and taking to the skies. This was the blood of the undying Heaven Empress, and it possessed the characteristics of the undying immortal medicine. The murderous aura and laws within had long been cleanly refined into her body, extending her life for another life. However now, she was carrying out a reversal, producing the phoenix blood once again. It condensed in front of her brows, erupting with resplendent radiance. Then she summoned that Tao platform once more, making it float in front of her, and then she poured all of the 5-colored divine blood onto it. The simple and unadorned Tao platform was like a sponge, absorbing all of the blood. Then, it began to shine, and 5-colored divine radiance rushed into the heavens, tearing apart the cosmos. A void figure appeared on that platform. It was terrifying and enormous, shaking up this cosmos. It possessed a power as boundless as an ocean. The Heavenly Emperor isn't willing to appear, so I have come to summon you. Divine warrior constructed from natural laws and order, you shall fight for the 8 armies of vengeance. The undying Heaven Empress said. Outsiders wouldn't have thought that the undying Heaven Empress Tao comprehension platform actually had this type of unmatched divine chain of order. It actually developed intelligence, constructing an indistinct figure. Heaven Empress understanding of me is too little. I already don't have the strength to fight. I was originally condensed from the power of faith, not the deity of this Tao platform. However, that mental power body has long been disregarded and suppressed, and now, only the remnant of natural laws remains. I won't be able to hold on for much longer, said this indistinct figure. Even the undying Heaven Empress was stupefied when she heard this. She immediately thought of many things. The undying Heaven Empress ruled over the world. His magical power was boundless, unparalleled in the world. He received the worship of all the races in the cosmos. Endless power of faith converged, forging an immortal divine body for him. That person was formed from mental power and was similarly incomparably terrifying, so much so that it was almost comparable to the undying Heaven Empress. That was because everything the Heavenly Emperor knew, that mental power body also knew. The two were originally the same person. Your divine body has been suppressed by Wuxia. You are his remnant spirit. The undying Heaven Empress sucked in a breath of cold air. The Heavenly Emperor Supreme will has left and bestowed a new life upon me. However, I've let the Heavenly Emperor down. I've lost face for the Heavenly Emperor, said the remnant spirit. He had lost. Although his will wasn't as strong as the Heavenly Emperor's, that divine body wasn't much weaker. However, it was still suppressed. The Heavenly Emperor's technique has transcended nature, shaking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. He has seized so many fortunes on the path of immortality, and his strength is one of the best since ancient times. However, Wuxia is truly too heaven-defying and can even defy immortals. In a true battle, they will most likely be evenly matched, said the remnant spirit. The undying Heaven Empress was silent. She knew that if the undying Heaven Empress didn't come out, it wouldn't end with both sides suffering heavy losses. If he was in a confrontation with Wuxia, he might not be able to escape for the rest of his life. The Heaven Empress was rapidly aging. In an instant, her beautiful hair had turned white, and her beautiful face was also covered in wrinkles. She hugged the small silver halberd in front of her chest and said with a mournful smile, "It's useless even if I summon you." "That might not be the case. If we must fight, I still have another method." The undying Heaven Empress was already running out of time. After forcing out the phoenix blood, she seemed to have aged several thousand years in an instant. She opened her mouth and said, "I don't have much life left. Please bring my bones and bury me at the place where the first divine general died in battle. Since you still have a method, then go and flatten that forbidden region." "This is against the rules," said the phantom. "I will summon you out as long as you do this." Moreover, Ning Fei might have already killed the supreme being there. You are only responsible for burying my bones, the undying Heaven Empress said in a mournful voice. She didn't have much time left. She was heavily wounded, and her heart was wounded. Her lifespan had been stripped away. Her hair was white, and her face was red. Her life was approaching its end. "All right, I will do my best," said the figure on the Phoenix platform. Then, he began to chant an ancient incantation. Runes flickered, and then they turned into the rules of the great Tao that rushed into the universe. He was summoning a supreme treasure, a sect's most terrifying great killing weapon since ancient times. At the edge of the universe, chaotic energy surged violently. A heavenly blade as bright as lightning tore through the primal chaos. All kinds of essence energy from before the heavens opened surged over, and entered the stone egg under the heavenly blade. If the woodcutter old man was here, he would definitely be shocked, because he had seen this scene many tens of thousands of years ago. He sealed himself in this era because he wanted to see a result. But in the 100 or 200 years since his awakening, he had never obtained anything. If Yi Fan was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this heavenly blade was exactly the same as the replica he obtained after killing the heavenly prince back then. This was the true undying heavenly blade. This blade's killing intent was oppressive, and energy waves were boundless. At first glance, it looked like a single entity. It was a simple and unadorned color, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was divided into 5 colors. It was actually forged from 5 types of divine metals, perfectly fusing together to form a whole. There was a rumor in the world that when all kinds of divine metals were melted together in a furnace and refined into a perfect emperor weapon, there was a chance that it would become an immortal weapon. Its offensive power would be unparalleled. After so many years had passed, the stone egg under the heavenly blade still hadn't come into being. There were no changes. It was devouring starlight and absorbing chaotic energy. At this time, the incantation of the ruined deity on the Phoenix platform was sensed by the undying heavenly blade. It was summoning it, making it fight, wiping out the forbidden region. Impossible. Chapter 17:17. The undying heaven blade was like the first ray of light before the creation of the world. The blade's body was sparkling and translucent, and the light it emitted was incomparably resplendent, intimidating people's hearts. The blade chi spread out like the sea, shaking the ancient starry sky. This blade's reputation was too great. Since ancient times, there had always been a legend about it. The heaven blade symbolized the heavenly Tao, and this was the undying heavenly emperor's confidence. He saw himself as the #1 since ancient times, and no one in the mortal world could rival him. The ruined deity's incantation revived it, but it didn't acknowledge it. Its attitude was cold and ruthless. Why did they sweep through the forbidden zone of life? It had no obligation to do so, nor could it do so. On this day, a resplendent saber light streaked across the sky, cutting through the boundless universe. The darkness and coldness were cut apart. The heavenly saber was present in this world, and nothing could stop it. The most terrifying radiance swept past. Even the stars in the sky dimmed, and nothing could contend against it. This blade possessed an indescribable divinity, and all the radiance in the world paled in comparison. It was awakened and moved. It cut open the great cosmos and directly arrived at the star domain where the undying Heaven Empress was. At this time, there was no Heaven Empress left, only a pile of bones. The once extremely beautiful woman had already disappeared. Death was the most simple law in the universe. Even if you were a great hero or a peerless beauty, you would still end up as a pile of bones in the end. All the myths about longevity would pale in comparison. Some people could endure for a long time, but in the end, they could not defy the heavens. She hopes that you can destroy the forbidden land, the remnant god said. Nonsense. A ruthless voice came from Skyblade, interrupting his words. This heavenly blade was truly unordinary. The deity within was extremely clear-headed, as if there was a living great emperor that looked down on all directions. No one could look up to it, everyone had to lower their heads. You dare kill the group of 8. Skyblade's voice was very cold. It once again cut open the starry sky and disappeared from this place. The remnant god sighed. This was all he could do. At most, he could bury the undying Heaven Empress. His divine body was forged from the power of faith of all living beings. Later on, he was bestowed with true life by the heavenly sovereign, and he was known as the immortal Taoist. During the desolate antiquity era, he was suppressed by the great Emperor Wuxia, and only a wisp of his remnant spirit was preserved in the phoenix stage. Meanwhile, after using up all of that phoenix blood, he would also die, because he was summoned out of the phoenix platform. As the battlefield went further away, Yi Fan and the others retreated. Everyone constructed a stargate and prepared to set off. Suddenly, Yi Fan had a bad feeling. An ominous feeling shrouded his heart, causing his heart to palpitate and haze to linger. "Be careful for the next few days," he said seriously. The battle was over, and the three parties prepared to embark on their victorious return journey. The woodcutter elder and the old god felt uneasy as well. They felt that something was going to happen, but they didn't immediately lead everyone away. Instead, they seriously analyzed and deduced what was going to happen. The undying heavenly emperor might really still be alive. After killing his troops and wife, if he feels anything, it will definitely be a great disaster. I've even killed the heavenly prince. If he comes looking for me, I'll definitely be the first to be killed, Yi Fan said. Master, the Black Emperor has been behaving strangely recently. What he said might really be something we should be wary of, Xianxia reminded. Get into formation. The battle is not over yet, Yi Fan suddenly shouted. The two giants of the Holy Ji Palace and God's organization quickly gave their orders as well. They were about to retreat, but the fear in their hearts grew more and more intense. At their level of cultivation, their instincts were as sharp as the gods. Boom! Suddenly, before they could react, this part of the starry sky was cut open. A huge heavenly blade flew out and the stars exploded one after another. A large number of the heroes died instantly, and the place became a sea of blood. Ritual implements and broken bones flew together, and many people were killed before they could even scream. The attack came too quickly, no one able to defend against it. This blade cut through several half-emperor artifacts, turning those supreme treasures into fine powder, immediately exploding. The undying heavenly blade! The woodcutter elder cried out. He had seen this weapon guarding a stone egg back then, and he finally saw it again in this life. Colorful lights shot out in all directions, and the blade chi was like an ocean, stirring up tens of thousands of waves, extinguishing the galaxy, and pressing down on everyone. Woo-woo! Di Zun's horn rang out, and the old god blew it with all his might to resist the attack. The chaotic green lotus covered the sky, blocking the boundless blade chi of the heavenly blade. The two supreme treasures shone, protecting everyone, and the entire army was covered by a screen of light. Outside this area, the galaxy collapsed, and everything was destroyed, turning it into a land of death. Everyone was shocked, and their bodies went cold. Who could block such a powerful attack? This was a great disaster. Star domains were destroyed, and entire galaxies collapsed, turning into cosmic dust. Everything was destroyed with just a single slash of the blade. Everyone was trembling, and their bodies were cold. Many people were covered in cold sweat, and their bodies were wet. This was too terrifying. Just one attack had caused such a result. The dark turmoil was nothing more than this. If it wasn't for the Azure Emperor's weapon and Di Zun's war horn at the front, would anyone here still be alive? They would probably be crushed into pieces, turning into a bloody mist. This is too terrifying. Someone swallowed with difficulty, and his heart was full of bitterness. Was this still human? No one in the world could block such an attack. Is the undying heavenly emperor coming? Someone said with a trembling voice. A battle of this level made them lose all will to fight. If they went up, they would only die. The difference was too great. Chi! Another streak of snow-white blade radiance hacked over. This time, it was even more terrifying, forcing the old deity to wave the Di Zun's horn. Woo-woo sounds rang out continuously, and the aura of an Di Zun flowed out. The blade radiance tore through a corner of the defense, and blood immediately overflowed into the heavens. That group of experts all died, chopped into meat paste, and then annihilated together with the stars. The Heavenly Emperor's general summoning drum sounded, breaking free. This spoil of war flew out from the hands of the Celestial Court's troops, shaking Xianxia and the others until they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. This secret artifact struggled free, and returned to the undying heavenly blade. It merged with the stone egg, and was surrounded by chaotic energy. How were they supposed to fight? Everyone knew that this was the undying heavenly emperor's weapon. The heavenly blade had already appeared, so would that supreme deity appear? It's impossible for the undying heavenly emperor to come. He was blocked on the path to immortality by great Emperor Wuxia, and will never appear again in this generation. Yi Fan spoke. He couldn't let everyone feel fear. He couldn't help but admit that the undying heavenly emperor's reputation was too great. Just the revival of his weapon was enough to make everyone's faces pale and lose their will to fight. If this person's true body appeared, perhaps only Di Zun and great Emperor Wuxia could stop him. Otherwise, it would be a great disaster. Fight! The old deity shouted. He, the woodcutter old man, and Yi Fan all had supreme weapons in their hands. They confronted the heavenly blade, and there was no way out. They could only fight to the end. Boom! The heavenly blade was too powerful. There was no one leading it at all, and it revived on its own. Everything was under its control, and it carried out a massacre. The blade radiance was fierce. The woodcutter old man met the attack with the Azure Emperor's weapon. A terrifying collision occurred between the two, and divine blood immediately sprayed out. The woodcutter old man coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and his body became dim as cracks appeared. This was a great collision of extreme Tao. Even with the protection of the Azure Emperor Lotus, there were still shockwaves that caused him to suffer serious injuries. The sky behind the heavenly blade shattered, and the starry sky behind the Azure Emperor Lotus also caved in. Many people died. This result made people's hearts ache. This blade had a demonic nature, and it was too terrifying. Dong! A drum sound rang out. The heavenly emperor's general drum released strands of chaotic energy, wrapping around the stone egg and flying away, disappearing into the cosmic sea. There was more than one emperor weapon here, and the undying heavenly blade was also quite apprehensive, fearing that something unexpected would happen. All of you quickly retreat! Yi Fan shouted. The heaven-devouring evil jar above his head rose and fell as he blocked in front. Stargates appeared one after another. They had already been constructed before, and now they quickly took shape. The great army retreated in large numbers. However, the undying heavenly blade clearly didn't want to let them go. It shrunk to 1 zhang in length. It was no longer as shocking, but it was even more terrifying. It was like a streak of lightning, tearing apart the void, rushing over, preparing to unleash a slaughter in all directions, kill everyone. Dang! Yi Fan walked up, his entire body's blood boiling. The heaven-devouring evil jar rushed into the heavens, colliding with that heavenly blade. A deafening sound rang out. This strike shocked heaven and earth and made ghosts and gods weep. Yi Fan's entire body was covered in blood as he flew outwards. Even though the heaven-devouring evil jar blocked the great murderous power, there were still some aftershocks. Wang! The void trembled. The heavenly blade cut apart the cosmos, disappearing from this place. It suddenly appeared from the stargates. This was a great disaster. The Allied army's losses were disastrous. It was just a single blade, yet 20% of the army was erased, dying forever, turning into a bloody mist, their bodies and spirits erased. This was still the result of the heaven-devouring evil jar and primal chaos green lotus suppressing over at the same time, protecting this world. Otherwise, not a single person would have survived, all of them dying. The undying heavenly blade defied the world. Too terrifying. It revived on its own and carried out attacks, no one able to stop it. Pooh! Pangbo exploded. He just happened to be near a stargate. Even though he wasn't struck by the blade, he was blasted apart by the aftershocks. Ah! In addition, a few of the 12 saints who were brothers with Longma also fell one after another, turning into bloody paste. Yi Fan's eyes were about to split open as he shouted loudly and rushed forward. Woo! The blade whistled through the sky, and the radiance changed directions. It encountered Yi Fan's disciple and hacked downwards towards Yi Tong. The immortal light of the sun shot out. Yi Tong turned into a streak of divine radiance. The travel character allowed him to exceed extreme speed, but he was still swept by the aftershocks and exploded there. The heavenly blade didn't hit, and the laws of the great emperor didn't land on his body either. However, this kind of powerful aftershock was just this terrifying. Yi Fan's heart was in intense pain. He painstakingly defeated Phoenix Nest, thinking that he could change the future and force out the great calamity. In the end, he still couldn't break free. Komatsu was also slashed by a streak of ghostly radiance. Half of his body exploded, and the other half floated out. His tender face was full of pain, and his injuries were very terrifying. Yi Fan shouted loudly, "Heaven-devouring devil jar, fight! Not just revive, but come back to life. Recreate the power that you used to swallow the universe and suppress the undying heaven blade." Boom! Suddenly, a huge green lotus rose and took root in the void. The azure the arch weapon turned into a living immortal lotus. It propped up the universe, and the green leaves covered the sky, drowning this place. The undying heaven blade was blasted away and left this part of the starry sky. The danger was finally resolved. Pang Bo, Yi Tong Komatsu. Yi Fan rushed forward and picked up the remaining half of Komatsu's body. He urged all the blood energy in his body to help him force out the terrifying killing intent in his body. "Yi, I'm fine. I'm still alive." In the distance, a tall and sturdy man was reassembling. He was bathed in divine light and stained with blood. Pang Bo had reappeared. "Master, I'm also alive." On the other side, Yi Tong appeared. In their hands, a pile of ashes scattered down. That was the damaged ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman. It had helped them block this calamity, but the originally damaged ancient talisman had been completely burned to ashes this time. "Good, it's good that you guys are alive." Yi Fan found it difficult to calm down. His nose was a bit sour, and tears almost fell. Just now, he had once again experienced the parting of life and death. He deeply felt his own powerlessness and was filled with despair. The undying heaven blade is different from other weapons. "You guys retreat immediately," the woodcutter said, ordering everyone. Yi Fan also gave the same order. The only fortunate thing was that the azure the arch weapon and the heaven-devouring jar were also extraordinary. He would fight against the heaven blade with the other two giants. Chapter 17-18. The green lotus took root in the cosmos, absorbing the power of the void to strengthen itself. It was even larger than a heaven-reaching ancient tree, its roots thick and solid like horned dragons, entering the starry sky. It was growing explosively, supporting the cosmos, as if it was opening heaven and earth. Chaotic energy surged, and eventually, stars curled around it one after another, becoming decorations. This place was covered in green light. A green lotus supported the cosmos, scattering down endless strands of essence energy, protecting this place. The heavenly blade was forced back, not immediately attacking. Stargates were already built one after another. The great army left in batches, quickly withdrawing. This heavenly blade was too terrifying. If they didn't leave now, then everyone might die here. It was just as the woodcutter elder had said. This heavenly blade was different from other emperor weapons, close to immortality, exceeding normal reasoning, possessing incomparable offensive power. Wang. The heavenly blade was trembling, its entire body bright, shining with endless glory. It hacked over again, world-shaking. Yi Fan released a long roar, his thick long hair standing on end. He activated the heaven-swallowing demonic jar, fighting back. With a dang sound, it collided with the heavenly blade, both weapons trembling fiercely. After an intense confrontation, the heaven-swallowing demonic jar was still the same, incomparably simple and unadorned, not showing any special changes. On the contrary, the undying heavenly blade became even more resplendent, divine light erupting, shaking the distant starry river until it completely collapsed. The entire star domain exploded, turning into cosmic dust. This type of scene was like the end of the world, leaving everyone in despair. How were they supposed to resist? What could they use to block it? This heavenly blade was too powerful, truly representing the will of the heavenly Tao, incomparable. Yi Fan backed up, a strand of blood flowing out from the corner of his lips. This was caused by the undying heavenly blade's divine force shaking. Even someone as powerful as his body was injured. Chi! A streak of dazzling light flashed past. That heavenly blade turned into a zhong in length, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, avoiding the heaven-swallowing jar and rushing towards the green lotus. It still wanted to kill everyone, not letting them go. The primal chaos green lotus swayed, blasting out chaotic energy that covered the sky. The tremendous fluctuations shocked the human realm, making even the saints in the distant desolate edge of the cosmos tremble inwardly. The green deity's weapon came back to life and took root here, blocking the way forward. The undying heaven blade's attack was ineffective. It was unable to break in and was blocked outside. All the leaves were swaying, and the blue sea and blue sky appeared in the cosmos. This green lotus had a huge life force. It was as if it had come back to life, as if the arch had been reborn. This strange change stunned everyone. Sure enough, this weapon was not ordinary. It had a secret that outsiders could not understand. In any case, its defensive power was astonishing. It temporarily protected this place and bought time for everyone to retreat. The starry door flickered, and the army quickly left. Sky Blade floated up and down, suspended not too far away, confronting the people on this side. It was searching for an opening, wanting to rush in and unleash a massacre. The green lotus swayed, tens of thousands of leaves shining with clear splendor. It was like an enormous ancient tree, unexpectedly releasing waves of rustling pines, like a sea of trees swaying in the wind. Strands of green light flew out from the leaf, extending into the depths of the cosmos. Upon closer inspection, it was rushing towards the direction where the heavenly emperor drum had taken the stone egg. It was searching. What a good green lotus. You want to devour the essence energy of the immortal egg. A cold voice came from the undying heaven blade. It was somewhat ruthless and angry. The atmosphere became tense as both sides confronted each other. As expected of a weapon forged from 5 types of immortal gold. Do you want to stand shoulder to shoulder with venerable emperor? The old deity sighed. His heart was incomparably heavy. The enemy's strength was beyond imagination. And what he was worried about was not only this weapon, but also the undying heaven emperor. If he was still in this world, how could he resist? If venerable emperor did not revive, who else in this world could fight against him? The entire world became quiet. The Sky Blade was looking for an opportunity. It wanted to destroy everyone with the smallest price, and it did not want to truly fight to the death with Qing Emperor's weapon. Yi Fan was accumulating battle power. The blood in his body rumbled and surged, and the divine prohibition state had yet to recede. At this moment, he once again used the all-secret, and his body rumbled. Blood energy surged like the sea, and his entire body was enveloped in multicolored light. Even the top of his skull was steaming with bloody mist. The holy light outside his body burned fiercely, and he became a blazing deity-like existence. The woodcutter stood on the Qing Emperor Lotus and carried out a defense. The old deity blew the secret weapon, Venerable Emperor's bugle horn. The interference heaven blade was not a true imperial magical artifact, but it possessed a strange divine power. Yi Fan was the main attacker, and multicolored light blossomed in front of his frontal bone. Being in the divine prohibition domain, his body instinctively broke through the taboo, and his strength increased by a large margin. After using the all-secret, he became 10 times stronger. The space between his brows was as brilliant as a divine lamp that could illuminate through the ages. A golden little person walked out from the frontal bone. It sat cross-legged in the starry sky, and then its hands moved. Strands of celestial light flew out and entered the heaven-devouring jar. Yi Fan was using his primordial spirit to connect with the devil jar, and he used his heart to sense and awaken it. He firmly believed that this jar's power was unparalleled. A bronze ring appeared in the hand of the golden little person in front of his forehead, and it blossomed with brilliant celestial light. He softly called out, "Not to become an immortal." There was still half of the sentence that he did not say, and it was, "Only to wait for you to come back in this mortal world." This sentence was like a curse, and it caused the devil jar hanging above his head to tremble. It released a huge wave of vitality, and then the sky trembled. The ring in the golden little person's hand was sparkling. It was made of ordinary copper, and the reason why it could be like this was completely due to the nourishment of divine power. As the ring flew up, it approached the devil jar. This emperor weapon trembled violently, and the devil face imprint on it looked like there were teardrops rolling down. It was vivid and lifelike, and it was shocking. This ring was given to Yi Fan by Ji Ziyue before they left. It was for him to use to save his life because this artifact had a great connection with the heaven-devouring jar. Back then, there was an immortal corpse that exploded in the Bronze Immortal Palace, and this was the benefit that the Ji family obtained. It was the only artifact contained in the flesh, and it was a divine object that the ruthless great emperor treasured even more when he was alive. Ding! When the ring fell into the jar, a clear sound rang out. The heaven-devouring jar had completely awakened, and it swallowed the sun, moon, and stars. The radiance of the starry sea in the depths of the universe all gathered and entered the jar. Wang! The undying heaven blade shone brilliantly. It seemed to have sensed something and took the initiative to attack. It turned into a blazing light and hacked down, wanting to destroy the heaven-devouring devil jar. The blade light rushed into the sky, severing the universe and blocking all the starry radiance. It became the only thing that fell straight down, turning into a boundless divine waterfall. The heaven-devouring devil jar trembled as if a person was about to come back to life. It shook the ancient heavens, and many experts across the universe felt a strange feeling. It erupted with a heaven-overflowing battle aura. This kind of sharpness was definitely not weaker than the heaven blade's sharpness. Tens of thousands of great Tao symbols attacked the sky. With a boom, the two emperor weapons collided. This time, it was even more intense. The aura of opening the heavens engulfed this place, turning it into a boiling ocean. Yi Fan retreated and stood on the huge green lotus. At this point, he didn't even need to use it anymore. The heaven-devouring jar had come into being in a state that defied common sense, and it had truly come back to life to face the undying heaven blade. These two weapons couldn't be calculated with common sense, and they were unfathomable. At this moment, the universe collapsed. This was an intense battle after the two weapons came back to life. Only now did the heroes under the protection of the primal chaos green lotus let out a sigh of relief. They had finally blocked the heaven blade. The vicious great emperor's talent was unmatched, the most brilliant since ancient times. As expected, it wasn't just for show. He cultivated to such a heaven-defying level with an inferior physique. At this moment, a corner of the legend was revealed. The heavenly blade was like a rainbow as it continuously hacked down, weaving about and weaving about in the sky. Lightning erupted, and the rain of light that descended was incomparably terrifying. Every single streak could destroy a star system. Meanwhile, there was already nothing left to destroy here. Most of the stars had already turned into dust. Wang! The heaven-devouring devil jar trembled. The lid flew up and erupted with auspicious brilliance. There were primordial spirit fluctuations that spread outwards, and the jar itself was like a bottomless pit as it devoured the essence energy of the world. In the end, a wave of immortal light flew out from the jar's opening and turned into chains. They wrapped around the undying heaven blade, wishing to drag it into the jar and completely suppress and refine it. Everyone's hearts jumped. This heaven-devouring jar was too powerful, about to directly devour the heaven blade. How domineering was this? Chang Chang! The heaven blade trembled, hacking apart streak after streak of immortal light, avoiding this type of devouring power. Then, it rushed over from the side like a waterfall, hacking towards the jar. Blade radiance flickered about, cold energy freezing the cosmos. Killing intent extended outwards. Even some of the stars in the distant cosmos sea became dim, shattered by its impact, their essence energy scattering. The radiance released by the heaven blade was like a starry river, vast and terrifying. It swept up the cosmos, tearing apart the darkness and shattering the ice-cold cosmos. The heaven-devouring devil jar released Xianxia sounds, releasing strings of sparks. It was sturdy and imperishable, not suffering any damage from the collision and hacking, withstanding the power of the heaven blade. Everyone was extremely nervous. After all, the heaven blade was forged from 5 types of immortal gold, refined into one. It was known to be able to reach the heavens, becoming an immortal artifact. Everyone feared that the heaven-devouring jar would be hacked apart. The heaven blade became faster and faster, turning into a streak of blazing lightning. It danced around the heaven-devouring jar, and as long as it found a suitable opportunity, it would hack down, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. Everyone's hearts were raised to their throats. However, Yi Fan instead relaxed, because the little golden figure seated between his brows sensed an almost inaudible sigh. That voice was extremely indistinct, extremely illusory, like the sounds of nature, as if it came from the immortal realm beyond this region. The heaven-devouring devil jar was advancing, undergoing a step further transformation. The heaven blade became more and more resplendent, the radiance sharp. After the blade energy became like a sea, it truly became unmatched under the heavens, exceeding normal reasoning. It was as if an ancient emperor was taking action, becoming more and more powerful. Meanwhile, at this time, the heaven-devouring devil jar was extremely peaceful, moreover gradually becoming indistinct, almost impossible to see clearly, no longer possessing the jar's shape. That is... heavens! A moment later, many people cried out in alarm, all of them revealing expressions of disbelief, shocked to the extreme. Even Yi Fan's blood was surging, his face full of shock, speechless. That tangible jar body became more and more indistinct, slowly disappearing. In the end, it turned into an indistinct female figure. She gradually became clear, towering under the endless starry skies, overlooking the world. Vicious Great Emperor. The woman with the most talent since ancient times. Everyone cried out in alarm, simply not daring to believe everything that was happening. There was a legend in this world that the heaven-devouring jar was forged from Vicious Great Emperor's first reincarnation. When it was worshipped by later generations, when certain conditions were met, she would once again rule the world. Chapter 17:19. This was a miracle. The great Empress Vicious had revived and reappeared in the mortal world. Everyone was dumbfounded and tongue-tied. This was simply the most inconceivable miracle. The jar turned into a human and reappeared in the mortal world. That figure became clearer and clearer as it emerged from the void. It walked out from the ancient times and broke free from the restraints of the river of time to live and enter the present world. Her beautiful hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. A tall and slender figure with exceptional beauty appeared as if she had walked out from a mythical world. She was transcendent like an immortal descending into the mortal world. Great Empress Vicious. Many people said with trembling voices. They were indescribably shaken. The person from the legends had appeared and was standing in the mortal world. Her temperament was transcendent as if she did not belong to this world. There was a type of otherworldly aura as if she could ascend to become an immortal at any time. Everyone was shaken. They stared unblinkingly at the most controversial, talented, and mysterious Great Empress. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. Her white dress accentuated her graceful and proud immortal appearance. Her skin was sparkling white as if it was carved from fine jade. Her style was unmatched. A powerful Great Empress was known as the #1 beauty since ancient times. She alone created 9 great immortal techniques that could contend against the highest 9 secrets of Taoism. She single-handedly resisted the 9 celestial beings. She was actually such a graceful woman. She slowly turned around. Everyone nervously held their breaths as they gazed forward in anticipation. They wanted to see her true appearance. Based on their intuition, they knew that this was definitely a beauty that could reign supreme under the heavens. They were disappointed because they could not see the Great Empress' true appearance. There was a devil mask on her sparkling white face, only revealing a pair of beautiful pupils that were as clear as autumn waters. That mask was naturally not unfamiliar to Yi Fan. It was precisely the design that accompanied the Great Empress throughout her life. Her joys and sorrows, her parting and reunions, everything about her was displayed within. This was the devil mask imprint on the heaven-swallowing jar. Now, it had turned into a mask that covered the face of that peerless beauty. No one could see through it. This made everyone feel regretful. The world's most stunning woman was mysterious and unfathomable. There were too many legends about her. Today she had finally revealed her true appearance, yet they still could not see her true appearance. After letting out a soft sigh, everyone was content. How many outstanding talents and geniuses had not been able to meet the Empress, yet they had the chance to do so. This was like a fine jade beauty. Her figure was tall and slender, her entire body sparkling and pure white, without the slightest blemish. She quietly stood there. Extremely quiet. It was hard to imagine that this was the powerful Great Empress who had once swallowed the mountains and rivers and shocked all the races in the universe. She was the one who killed the Imperial Fire Spirit. She was the one who destroyed the broken Sky Mountain range with a single sword strike, turned the Holy Spirit royal family's ancestral grounds into ruins, and flattened a forbidden zone with a single sword strike. She was the one who fought against the 9 great celestial beings' backup. She even fought against the living ones. She conquered the 9 heavens and 10 earths and created the 9 ultimate profundities that were comparable to the 9 secrets. She was also the one who entered the Undying Mountain and sat under the Enlightenment Tea. The ancient emperor did not dare to speak and remained silent. She was also the one who entered the immortal ascension land of Kunlun and shattered the immortal ascension cauldron with a single palm. She killed 10,000 ancestral dragon heads with a finger and transcended the world. She ignored the wishes of the ginseng fruit tree and floated away. She was also the one who lived generation after generation and created the miracle of longevity, not to become an immortal, but to wait for you to return in this world of mortals. And these were only the bits and pieces of her life. There were too many things that had dissipated in the long river of time. Outsiders could not know, and the truth was buried in the past. People only knew that the great empress life was accompanied by controversy, but it was also full of legends. Her experiences and heaven-defying deeds were hard to count. It was precisely this kind of person who appeared again today. The great empress is someone who has already defied the heavens. She created an unimaginable longevity method, someone said in astonishment. Even the old deity was trembling. He silently compared this woman and Di Zun. Could she live forever like this? How heaven-defying! Everyone was shocked to the extreme. What they had seen and heard was absolutely world-shattering and would be passed down in the future. The empress possessed unmatched elegance. She quietly stood there, looking down on the world. Even someone as powerful as the undying heaven blade hesitated a bit. Should it still attack? It already swore that it would kill everyone here to get revenge for the 8 divisions. However, the woman before it was too terrifying, deep and immeasurable. You aren't the empress. You are just a weapon. The heaven blade said. Its entire body erupted with radiance, but it didn't immediately attack. It was testing things out. The woman didn't say anything. She raised her left hand. On one of her delicate fingers was a ring made of bronze. It was rather simple, not an immortal treasure, but she treasured it greatly. She lowered her head and looked at that ring. There was a special type of radiance in her eyes. After a long time had passed, it became dim again, carrying unwillingness and gloominess. It made one's heart tremble and break. Chang! The undying heaven blade erupted with heaven-reaching immortal light, killing intent endless. It was as if mountains and rivers erupted, as if a great sea burst through a dam, as if the starry skies were collapsing. Rumbling sounds rumbled, blazing lightning submerging the cosmos. This place became a sea of natural laws. It was incomparably terrifying, destroying all life. The undying heaven blade hacked down. It was truly matchless and unstoppable. Everyone's souls were trembling. The heaven blade's power was too great, exceeding normal reasoning. Dang! However, when faced with this world-shaking strike, that exceptionally graceful woman didn't make any great movements. She only raised her right hand and struck upwards, gently slapping the heaven blade. This sound was like the cry of a dragon in the 9 heavens, like the cry of a phoenix in the immortal realm. The vibrating sound lingered on endlessly. All of the boundless blade energy between heaven and earth disappeared, disappearing just like that. This was an extremely abrupt change. Just now, it was still surging with killing intent, yet in the blink of an eye, a sparkling white palm slapped towards the sky, immediately calming this place. It was just too shocking. Shill! The undying heaven blade flew out in reverse, disappearing from this place in the blink of an eye. It floated in the boundless heavens. It was extremely shocked, feeling a trace of danger. This weapon could threaten it. The empress lightly brushed her beautiful hair. The bronze mask was ice-cold, her face gentle. This was a type of contradictory combination. Her appearance was extremely beautiful. Only her lower jaw and eyes were exposed, so moving. Meanwhile, the devil mask seemed to lack vitality. Time flowed on, dust and sand everywhere. 200,000 years was enough to bury everything, yet she could still remain in this world, watching the world of mortals, recalling the past like smoke. Her eyes carried perplexity, sadness, and gloominess. She gazed into the distant northern Dipper star domain, into the depths of the starry sky. The blue seas turned into mulberry fields. Everything changed. Even the star systems had collapsed who knew how many times. You are very strong, but I am the will of the heavenly Tao. Even I cannot contend against you. The undying heaven blade spoke. The blade was brilliant, almost translucent. Then it began to burn fiercely. That was the flaring of natural laws, the immortal laws of the immortal bell. Yi Fan was shocked. He saw the indistinct divine chains of order, feeling a familiar aura. There was a portion of the immortal bell's laws within, condensing within the blade. He obtained the immortal bell's natural order chains from Mars, and now, they were imprinted within his all-life energy cauldron. Even though he didn't completely research these laws, he could still recognize them. The undying heavenly emperor was terrifying as expected. He had long imprinted a portion of the immortal bell's laws into the blade. This was to nurture a true immortal weapon, and the 5-colored immortal gold was the best medium. The undying heaven blade flew down, and this time, the attack was even more vast. Killing intent engulfed the cosmos like waves, and the distant starry sea was collapsing. The blade cut through all ages. Whoosh! This time, two astonishing rays of light shot out from the Empress's eyes. She was completely different from her previous tranquility. It was as if she had awakened from a deep slumber, no longer quiet, turning into a war god. Her gaze pierced through the horizon, and her black hair fluttered about. The Empress rushed into the sky, taking the initiative to attack. Her power was shocking. She directly slapped the blade. Heavens, that is the power of ascension! Many people cried out in alarm, trembling from excitement. Their bodies were convulsing. A rain of light scattered down, dancing like flower petals, covering the cosmos. That was the power of ascension, created specifically to resist the battle saint technique. Its offensive power was matchless. A rain of light filled the sky, as if someone was ascending, about to break through the world barrier and enter the immortal domain. It was too powerful. Just that type of aura alone made people tremble, unable to endure it. Even the great sage was subservient, kneeling on the ground, prostrating himself in worship, involuntarily kowtowing towards the Empress. The undying heaven blade changed directions. It actually didn't face the attack head-on, avoiding this attack. This was an inconceivable thing. It was unstoppable, destroying all things, yet today, it took the initiative to retreat. However, the Empress' power was unimaginable. Her body was like a dream, and the river of time seemed to have frozen, stopping for her. She turned into a streak of immortal light and streaked past. This was the immortal Tao law comparable to the travel character. It disappeared in a flash, chasing after the undying heaven blade, lightly pressing down with a palm. Dang! This sound shook the endless blue skies. The cosmos collapsed, and the undying heaven blade flew outwards. The blade radiance that filled the sky became dim. The deity within the blade was shaken. If it didn't explosively retreat again at the crucial moment, that attack's power would have been many times greater. If that happened, would it have been able to completely endure it? This woman was too demonic. She was a heaven-defying existence. Everyone was stupefied. The Empress had only made a single move, yet the powerful undying heaven blade was already sent flying. The blade lost its luster and was slightly trembling. This was simply too shocking. Is the legend true? Can she really break through the immortal realm's barrier and grasp the power of the fairy realm? Everyone couldn't help but ask this question. Their hearts were palpitating, and they didn't dare believe it. It's clearly just a weapon. It definitely can't be that person from back then. The undying heaven blade said to itself. It was full of anger and impatience. It was like a wild beast, swallowing the spiritual essence of the world. The cosmic sea was about to be extinguished, and all of the starlight was gathering towards it. The Empress didn't immediately follow after it. When she saw it like this, she crossed her hands and slowly raised them. It was as if she was holding a precious vase, and she aimed it at the undying heaven blade. Slowly, a precious vase of the great Tao appeared in those sparkling and translucent hands. There were 3,600 symbols on it, and the mouth of the vase was aimed at the undying heaven blade. The undying heaven blade's murderous aura was like the sea, but it felt a terrifying chill, as if a giant beast was staring at it. Without thinking, it shifted its position and dodged the attack. However, the Empress's speed was too fast. She controlled the dragon with her delicate hands and changed directions. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. The universe collapsed. The power that gushed out from the precious vase was as vast as the sea. There were millions and millions of symbols, and it directly submerged the undying heaven blade. As for the boundless blade energy, it was completely dispersed. Dang! The heavenly blade flew and was almost broken. It used a substitution technique, and another virtual body exploded there. It also suffered serious injuries. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everything changed too quickly, and they couldn't accept it. The insufferably arrogant heavenly blade was now being suppressed by the Empress. This doesn't make sense. She's just a weapon and not a real person. How could this happen? The heavenly blade was furious. A delicate and sparkling white jade foot descended, and without a sound, it appeared in the void. The Empress suddenly appeared. She was the most glorious person in the world. Her beautiful hair danced in the wind, and her style was unmatched. She stepped on the heavenly blade. Chapter 17:20. This scene, How could anyone remain calm? A pure white jade-like foot stepped on the heaven blade, facing the astral winds of the universe, peerless in style. This kind of beautiful and shocking scene, even after many years had passed, it still remained in people's hearts and was difficult to erase. That was the undying heavenly emperor's weapon, yet it was suppressed just like that. It was just like a legend. This type of battle accomplishment made one's heart surge, blood surging. They wanted to shout along with it. Roar! Suddenly, the heavenly blade actually emitted a human roar. It was like the violent waves of the deep sea striking the heavens, causing people to feel horrified. The heavenly blade surged with energy, and with a hong sound, the entire place was shaken to the point of exploding. This type of destruction natural laws collapsed the cosmos, turning this place into an expanse of vile land after a great calamity. It was ruined, primal chaos overflowing. The heaven saber disappeared. The Empress moved and soared through the air. The abyss-like void didn't swallow her up. She changed her position, her clothes still fluttering in the wind, and she looked otherworldly. A heavenly river stretched across the sky. That was the reappearance of the undying heavenly blade, appearing in another part of the starry sky. It rested there, its killing intent shocking the human world. It was furious. Who was it? Among the weapons, they were already considered to be the most respected. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Yet today, they were being trampled underfoot. This was something that had never happened before. Such a stain could never be erased in this lifetime. If it wanted to wash away this humiliation, it could only kill the woman in front of it. Only then would it be able to get rid of everything that had just happened. Otherwise, this humiliation would follow it for the rest of its life. The heaven knife swayed, and a group of gods and demons appeared around it. With another flash, a rain of light appeared. It was also the power of the fairy realm, and it was surrounded by the northern celestial light. Everyone was shocked. Did this heavenly blade connect to immortality? It was rumored that those were all things on the path of immortality, yet it actually absorbed so many of them, and now it was released. Rumble! At the heavenly blade's sides, 100,000 gods and devils roared. These were all heavenly geniuses it had killed before, and now, they became devil souls for it to use. They endured its natural laws and Tao, dancing together to increase its killing intent. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This type of emperor artifact had long mutated, fast like a person, understanding all types of secret methods, displaying them one after another, carrying out a great confrontation. Boom! The magnificent army galloped forward. The heavenly blade carried unmatched divine might as it slaughtered over. All types of natural laws and secret techniques erupted at the same time. This was an attack that wanted to shatter the heavens and see the emperor's blood. The great empress waved her hands, and all sorts of starlight danced in the air, forming the bodies of experts in front of her. With a flick of her sleeves, the million-strong army charged forward. Every single one of them contained a strand of supreme natural law. It looked like scattering stars to form soldiers, but it definitely wasn't just that. It was because this was a technique she created to resist the army character. As expected, as her hands moved again, the heaven blade shook violently as if it was being pulled by a terrifying force. It was about to be pulled over. At the same time, the million figures rushed over murderously, killing gods and devils, slaughtering the experts, scattering immortal light, shattering everything. Everyone saw the other side of Sovereign Ruthless. Although he was peerless and magnificent, his attacks were incomparably sharp and terrifying, directly destroying those gods and devils with a single strike. His killing intent was extremely heavy. Crack! The blade radiance shot out by the undying heaven blade blossomed and collapsed. It struggled free from the great empress' control, but in the end, it didn't fly over. It suspended in the distance and didn't attack for a long time. It was reflecting. This weapon was abnormally powerful. It began to suspect whether this was the heaven-devouring jar or a great emperor that defied the heavens and came back to life. I am about to evolve into an immortal weapon. Why are you also so powerful? Could it be that the person behind you still hasn't died and has been continuously refining you for so many years, turning you into an immortal weapon? However, you still shouldn't be able to surpass me. From the heaven blade's words, one could see its arrogance. It didn't believe that there was an emperor weapon more powerful than it in this world, because it had an absolutely great background. I merged with more than one imperial magical artifact to have this kind of accomplishment. What qualifications do you have? It stared at the great empress. Huh. The reply was a flying immortal art. A rain of light scattered down, illuminating the cosmos. It was as if the most dazzling fireworks were blossoming at the end of the world, becoming eternal. A loud dang sound rang out. The undying heaven blade flew out and was almost shattered. It continuously moved through the air and continuously retreated, dispersing this attack with great difficulty. This time, it was even more moved. Its entire body flourished with radiance and began to speculate. Could it be that you really aren't a weapon, but rather a great emperor? The great empress didn't say anything and walked over with her bare feet. She was aloof and otherworldly, yet she possessed such great destructive power. Throughout the ages, how many people could contend against her? Her hands overlapped and formed a precious vase stance. She was like a fairy descending to the lower realm, stirring up the 10 great wastelands. As soon as she raised the precious vase, there was a type of cosmos collapsing fluctuation that spread. The great Tao precious vase reappeared, suspending above her head. The opening of the vase was aimed at the heaven blade, and a terrifying beam of light shot out. It was ferocious and tyrannical, incomparable. Dang! The heaven blade flew out and was struck head-on. The radiance immediately dimmed to its lowest point, and right at this moment, a sharp and clear sound rang out. A crack appeared on its surface. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. The great empress was truly unmatched, almost shattering the insufferably arrogant undying heaven blade. Just how powerful was this attack to destroy the undying heaven blade? Wang! The heaven blade trembled. With a single move, it crossed half of the starry skies, standing in the dusky sky dome. It was furious. This was a humiliation it would never be able to get rid of. It truly wasn't her opponent. 5-colored immortal light streaked past. That crack shrunk a bit, but it didn't disappear. Unmatched divine will, with the power of all life, in the name of the heavenly emperor, command the wills that once existed, the consciousness that didn't scatter, to return together. The heaven blade roared loudly. It shone again, but this time, it didn't approach the great empress. Instead, it displayed a type of ancient secret method, using a type of forbidden power from the distance. This was related to the power of faith. It condensed the sea of consciousness of the past, guiding the divine senses of those who still worshipped the heavenly emperor and believed in the heavenly emperor, reassembling their faith. The undying heavenly emperor was the supreme deity of the past. He was worshipped by all races, so there were naturally many people who believed in him. Even now, they were still chanting his name. At this moment, his forbidden secret method was effective. Hong Long Glong. Endless willpower converged. It was shockingly tremendous. This was the power of all life, and the heaven blade wasn't just a simple summon. The undying heavenly emperor had previously created this type of magical technique, possessing a specialized divine ability. It was terrifying and exceptional. The willpower reorganized itself, arranging itself according to special rules, forming a type of exceptional Tao law. Then, it condensed on the blade radiance, turning into a heavenly river that hacked outwards. This sound was like thunder collapsing the heavens, as if blazing lightning splitting the earth, destroying this part of the world. This was the application of willpower, and it was displayed to the extreme. It was hard for everyone to believe that a heaven blade, just an emperor weapon, was actually like a great emperor. All types of magical laws and secret techniques appeared endlessly, leaving everyone shocked. The great empress' forehead shone. Through the bronze mask, it released heaven-shocking auspicious light that scattered over. Yi Fan's mind jumped. This was a divine technique similar to the before secret technique, specialized in cultivating the primordial spirit, yet it was displayed by a weapon. It really was too strange. Even if she was a great emperor's body, it shouldn't be like this. Was she really just an emperor weapon? This type of light was extremely special. When it scattered into the cosmos, all of the power of faith was ignited. Even though it turned into a type of heavenly Tao law, exceeding its original power, it still couldn't resist. With a Hong Long sound, even the cooperation of many powerful races and endless creatures couldn't do anything. Under the illumination of the light released by the great empress' forehead, they were all scattered, disintegrated and burned. Impossible, you aren't a weapon, you are still alive. The heaven blade cried out. It represented the pinnacle of emperor weapons, so how could it be defeated like this? When it saw the other party's forehead shine, it realized that it was wrong before. This was a living person. Yi Fan also stared at the great empress, also carefully observing her. His mind was full of questions. Calculate the heavens, calculate the earth, deduce the Tao fruit, let me see what's going on with you. The heaven blade said to itself. It was unwilling to accept such a defeat. That was because the heaven-devouring pot's current performance seemed to be comparable to the immortal cauldron and the immortal bell. It was incomparable. Everyone was shaken to the extreme. Moreover, the undying heaven blade was too special. It was like a living supreme being, knowing all kinds of secret techniques and techniques. It didn't seem like a weapon at all. With a dang sound, the heaven blade shook violently, and 2 cracks appeared on its surface. However, the blade also reflected a blurry scene that disappeared in a flash. It cried out in alarm. There is indeed something strange. Your true body is still alive, and even though you are an old body, you still have a portion of vitality. You can be considered a living dead person. When these words came out, not to mention the undying heaven blade itself, even this part of the cosmos shook and trembled thrice. Everyone's hearts palpitated. What kind of news was this? The great empress was still alive? Over 200,000 years had passed, yet she was still in the mortal world. Where was she now? Everyone was greatly shaken. This news was too astonishing. They couldn't help but tremble as they recalled her life. The empress really did what she said. Not to become an immortal, but to wait for you to return from the mortal world. Her determination, her conviction, and her vow had yet to dissipate. She stood at the other end of the starry sky, standing in the mortal world. What kind of determination was this? It was too shocking. Everyone felt their blood boiling and their primordial spirits trembling. Only Yi Fan could still be considered calm. After so many years, he had already understood some things regarding the great empress, so this result was not out of his expectations. However, for the people of the world, this was undoubtedly earth-shattering. Had the great empress achieved immortality? After the undying heaven blade understood the result, it first became silent, but then it felt relieved. It wasn't defeated by a pure emperor weapon. This was the greatest consolation for it. However, it was also frightened. The undying heavenly emperor had an enemy. Now, there wasn't just one great empress Wuxia. There was another great empress, and they were definitely experts of the same level. Go. This was the first decision it made after understanding the secret. The heaven-devouring jar had revived due to special reasons, allowing the empress to become half alive. It was impossible for it to be her opponent. However, the great empress cut off its path, not allowing it to escape. Formation extermination. The heaven blade shouted loudly. A vast formation pattern appeared. This was a great imperial formation left behind by the undying heavenly emperor. The people of the world trembled because this was a flawless formation. Apart from the great empress, who else could break it? The empress didn't disappoint. She didn't ponder or try to deduce and directly attacked. As she stepped forward, immortal light flickered and a row of empresses appeared. There were a total of 9 of them. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Yi Fan was shaken. This couldn't be a supreme secret technique created to deal with the all-secret, right? The 9 figures weren't stable, and after unleashing a single attack, they vanished. The flawless heavenly sovereign grand formation was instantly destroyed. It wasn't a complete secret technique and wasn't equivalent to 10 people attacking at the same time. However, it was still extremely terrifying and shocked everyone. If this secret technique was successfully researched, one person could turn into 10 great empresses. Just the thought of it made everyone tremble and their bodies go cold. This was a true immortal technique. It was truly heaven-defying. Gotcha! Even though the undying heaven blade had avoided the great storm and attack, it was still struck by the empress' true body. The blade broke apart and turned into a glaring cold light. Everyone was stupefied. Chapter 1721. The undying heavenly blade that was known as the #1 blade since the ancient times broke. Cold light swept through the stars, divine radiance illuminating the world. This result left everyone shocked. Meanwhile, the empress was powerful to an indescribable degree, barehandedly tearing apart an emperor artifact. One has to understand that this artifact was different from the masses and couldn't be judged with normal reasoning. It was already close to an unmatched immortal artifact. It was as if an expanse of the starry sky collapsed. The heavenly blade became the source of destruction. It was broken into two, cold light engulfing everything. It was like a silver waterfall, but also like a vast ocean, torrential and unending. This was its unwillingness and anger. The once invincible weapon had actually fallen to such a state. Humiliation and sullenness, as well as the pressure of survival, caused it to explode. However, it couldn't change anything. Its own rupture had long become a foregone conclusion, and this was an indescribable bitter fruit. Xiao! The undying heavenly blade entered the void. It wished to escape, not wishing for its soul to truly perish here. Meanwhile, during this process, the two halves of the blade were extremely strange. They both surged with scarlet multicolored light, as if they were bright red blood. It was a ghastly sight, and then they joined together. What is this? Everyone was shocked. This is the phoenix blood scarlet gold's ultimate profound mystery, the old deity said, his eyes flickering with radiance. True to its name, the scarlet phoenix blood gold possessed the characteristics of the immortal phoenix bird. It could undergo nirvana and be reborn. Skyblade was clearly undergoing such a metamorphosis to protect himself. The scarlet multicolored light that gushed out was the natural laws and profound mysteries of the phoenix blood scarlet gold. It was born while bathed in immortal blood. At this type of critical moment, the undying heavenly blade displayed its heaven-defying side. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder there was a legend that in order to become an immortal artifact, one needed to smelt all kinds of divine metals. This wasn't without reason. Every single type of divine metal had its own supreme quintessence. For example, the divine scar violet gold could imitate the remnant great Taoists of the world and capture the quintessence of the scriptures in the ruins. This phoenix blood scarlet gold represented undying and revival. It could undergo nirvanic rebirth. This was a type of astonishing potential. Of course, there was no shortage of divine metal, but not everyone could refine weapons to this level. The source characteristics of supreme treasures also needed to be developed. What a terrifying heavenly blade! It really is going to be invincible under the heavens. If it is given time, once it transforms into an immortal artifact, it won't be able to be destroyed even if we want to. Scarlet blood dyed the starry sky, and the broken blade reformed. The great empress stepped forward and attacked again. At the same time, the green lotus of chaos that had taken root in the void suddenly moved. It disappeared from its original position and headed straight for the deepest part of the universe, where the stone egg had disappeared. Heaven Blade roared. This time, it was truly anxious, even more so than if it had been smashed into pieces. That was the immortal egg it was guarding, and it had yet to be born. Nothing could happen to it. It frantically attacked, its entire body burning with bloody light. Phoenix blood scarlet gold surged, gushing out like true blood. At the same time, the other four types of divine gold also moved rhythmically, each displaying great divine abilities, wishing to escape into the void. Sky Blade unleashed the most powerful attack of his life. He sliced open the universe and fled toward the stone egg to stop the destruction of the Qing Supreme Thearka's weapon. The Empress followed him unhurriedly. All of you retreat, Yi Fan ordered. Just now, many people had stopped to watch. With the protection of the Lotus Emperor, they were not worried. Now, all three weapons were rushing towards the cosmic sea. Although they wanted to know the result, they understood that it was too dangerous. After hearing the order, they left in an orderly manner. The old god, Yi Fan, and the woodcutter old man, the three peerless experts rushed toward the cosmic sea. They hoped to see the result, and if necessary, they would fight to the death. That heaven blade was truly a great threat. However, no matter how powerful they were, they could not keep up with the rhythm of the three weapons. Along the way, they saw broken galaxies, destroyed galaxies, and ruins one after another. Finally they saw some fragments of time. That was the final battlefield. The green lotus of chaos found the stone egg, and one of its roots tore open the universe like a dragon. It took root and went straight for the immortal egg. Heaven Blade attacked with all his might, wanting to cut off that root of the green lotus and not let it get close to the stone egg. Behind him, the great Empress acted calmly. Her whole body was enveloped by the light rain of the fairy realm. Her jade-white hands began to form seals and pressed forward. Dong! The Sky Emperor drum vibrated and blocked the front of the stone egg. The green root pierced through the drum skin and took root. This scene was shocking. Ah! The heaven blade roared angrily and shattered the galaxy. It burned itself to display a power that surpassed common sense. It disappeared in an instant and cut through the river of time. It blocked the root of the green lotus in front of the stone egg and then chopped down. The green emperor lotus was incomparably huge, and its main body was not far away. Its branches and leaves covered the entire universe. This was only one of its many roots. It did not take the heaven blade head-on and retracted at the right time. However, just from the fact that it could penetrate the Sky Emperor General Drum with a single strike, one could tell that it was extremely frightening and astonishing. In the distance, the old god, Yi Fan, and the woodcutter old man looked at each other. Indeed, none of them were weak. Regardless of whether it was the last great emperor after the primordial era, the Sky Emperor revered by all races, or the most talented and ruthless person in history, they were all heaven-defying. The great empress had arrived. She walked calmly without any emotional fluctuations. She seemed to have sensed something, and her hands moved slowly. This part of the cosmic sea was suddenly filled with powerful astral winds. It was about to be destroyed. You all have gone too far. I would rather sleep for 10,000 years in exchange for the undying Sky Emperor to come down to the lower realm and invite the Supreme Ming to descend. The Heaven Blade shouted crazily. It had been forced into a desperate situation. It had no choice but to use the path of destruction. Even though it was known as the Undying Heaven Blade, just like the Sky Emperor of the past, it was difficult to kill. It still had to pay a great price. The blade burned and shone. A mysterious and unfathomable power spread outwards, summoning a supreme power. With caw-caw sounds, the Heaven Blade was covered in cracks. Then, it continuously collapsed. It actually broke into 7 or 8 pieces, paying an unimaginably terrifying price. Hung Long. An illusory figure descended. It was a tall man. Even though it was hazy and indistinct, making it hard to see clearly, one could still feel his power. He was the Undying Sky Emperor. On the other side of the River of Stars, the woodcutter old man, Yi Fan, and the old god's expressions changed. This supreme expert of history had truly appeared, and he actually had this kind of method. It's not his true body, just a void figure. After calming down a bit, he said calmly. This was something the Sky Emperor left behind in the past, and not the true phoenix body descending into this world. Bang! The Empress made her move, facing the void figure head-on. She immediately used the power of ascension. Within the rain of light, that pure white palm seemed incomparably sharp and powerful. After the Undying Sky Emperor's void figure saw the scene before him, he was clearly shocked. He stared at the Empress and the Green Lotus, but he did not confront them. Instead, his body scattered, turning into a blazing Dao Law, wrapping around the broken Heaven Blade, Sky Emperor Drum, and Stone Egg. He escaped into the chaotic star sea ahead. The Green Lotus and the Empress chased after him, not stopping. Yi Fan and the woodcutter old man both sighed, feeling a bit regretful. Since the Undying Heaven Blade paid such a great price to summon a void figure, escaping most likely wouldn't be a problem. At the same time, they were all horrified. What exactly was that stone egg, to make the Heaven Blade care so much that the Undying Sky Emperor left behind a void figure to protect it? One had to know that even the Heavenly Prince and the Undying Sky Empress had never received this kind of treatment. The difference was extremely obvious. After a long time, in the chaotic star sea, a simple and unadorned jar landed in Yi Fan's hand. With a ding sound, a ring fell into his palm. A green lotus returned to its normal size, floating in the void. The battle had ended. Yi Fan and the others stood in silence for a long time, then said their goodbyes to each other, preparing to step on their own paths back. There are many possibilities in the future, and they are ever-changing. They might not necessarily come true. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He looked at the old god, because the Black Emperor had predicted that the old god would die under the Heaven Blade, but the result was not like that. The old god had survived. However, just as he finished speaking, the old god, who had stepped into the star door, coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His body staggered a little and he turned back to Sai, saying, "I've already been hit by a streak of blade chi, and I still have a few decades to live. I'll go back and make arrangements for the future generations." Yi Fan was stunned. He had originally thought that he had already deviated from the path of the future, but now he felt a chill. Were some general trends really hard to change? In the end, the old god was going to die. He had long been injured by the Heaven Blade, but it had just been delayed for a period of time. Yi Fan had destroyed the phoenix nest, killed all the divine generals, and forced the undying Heaven Empress into a dead end. He had gotten rid of this great threat, but could he really solve this once and for all? He thought of the underworld. In the future, it was these two great powers that destroyed the celestial court, killed Ziyu, Komatsu, Pangbo, the Black Emperor Little Purple, and the others, and now the underworld had yet to be pacified. This meant that a tragedy might still happen. He could not relax yet, and he could not let out a sigh of relief. He still had to fight and make himself stronger. When they were bidding farewell, Yi Fan bluntly said that he wanted to give the old god Bodhi branches and leaves, as well as the king of medicine, and other things for him to heal. However, he was tactfully refused, because the old god knew that the blade chi had entered his primordial spirit, and he would definitely die. It was not something that could be reversed by immortal medicines. And now, the reason why he could not die was because he had used his life's Tao fruit to suppress his body. Once he relaxed, he would instantly disintegrate, and his primordial spirit would explode in the starry sky. The end of this battle had a great impact. The universe was in an uproar, and there were sounds of discussion everywhere. The illustrious phoenix nest had been destroyed, and the insufferably arrogant undying Heaven Empress had fallen in the starry sky. This news was too shocking. Everywhere in the universe, many great powers were shaken, and the clamor in the outside world was deafening. In this battle, Yi Fan had consecutively killed 3 divine generals. His name had spread throughout the starry sky, and he was known as the person with the greatest potential on the great emperor's road. From this day onwards, whoever wanted to step on the emperor's road would have to pass through him. This was a reality that was placed in front of all the supreme experts who had ambitions on the emperor's road. The rise of the celestial court was already unstoppable. It had truly soared into the heavens, and it had become one of the strongest powers in the universe. The phoenix nest had been destroyed, and the celestial court had replaced it. Together with the Tao Palace, the underworld, and the others, they had become the giants of the universe, ruling over all regions and commanding the heavens. Boom! Just as everyone was sighing with emotion, a riot came from the depths of the universe. That was the aura of a supreme being pervading, and it instantly swept through the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains everywhere. The first divine general of the ancient heaven. Yi Fan sensed it immediately. The battle between the youth and the emperor of the underworld hadn't ended yet. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. If he was defeated, it might cause a dark upheaval. Chapter 1722. An imperial aura spread, but it quickly calmed down, as if nothing had happened. However, everyone's hearts were filled with nervousness and fear as they silently waited. Nothing happened even after a long time had passed. Did the great chaos end? What happened to the divine general of ancient heaven? The people of the world were puzzled and uneasy as they quietly waited. However, in the end, nothing happened. The cosmos was still as calm as before. Everything was peaceful. No dark chaos erupting. In the end, he completely let go of his worries. However, the underworld wasn't this peaceful. Underworld Earth was in ruins. It had experienced an unimaginable calamity. It was unknown just how many stars fell from this black and gloomy land. There were craters everywhere. Mists curled about. Below those craters were burial grounds. The entire underworld was a sea of corpses. Now, it had been smashed apart and reappeared in the world. It was hard for people to imagine just how this place was formed. It was as if all of the creatures of the cosmos were buried together. Underworld Emperor held a war spear in his left hand and a black golden shield in his right. There was even an underworld spear on his back. He stood on this black land for a long time before slowly turning around and walking into the sea of corpses. Cough! Outside Underworld Earth, a youth was laughing. He was also coughing out blood, but he was still just as brilliant and extraordinary. How could someone like me die like this? If I don't bury a life-restricted region, I would be letting myself down. The youth laughed loudly before turning around to leave Underworld Earth. His injuries were extremely serious, but this could be considered a miracle. He hadn't truly achieved the Tao and wasn't a great emperor yet he dared to cause such a great disturbance, almost splitting the great earth of the underworld apart. The youth laughed loudly. Blood scattered everywhere as he left alone through the starry skies. In the end, he walked faster and faster until he tore apart the cosmos. He entered the boundless starry river and turned into a brilliant shooting star. Pang! The void exploded. The #1 divine general of ancient heaven walked out. There was a phoenix platform in front of him, as well as a void figure, as well as an expanse of ashes. It's you? Undying Taoist's ruined deity was shocked. I was worried that the Empress would bring disaster to everyone, so I left behind an imprint to track her down and beat her up when necessary. I never thought that her soul would already return to the yellow earth. The youth shook his head. His eyes were sparkling as he stared at the bloodstains on the Phoenix platform and then at the ruined deity. Undying Taoist's remnant consciousness's expression changed. He was fully aware of how terrifying this youth was. If he had not met someone who achieved Tao before him, he would definitely be an emperor-level expert. Despite this being the case, he still blazed a different path, cultivating an unmatched divine ability. He didn't achieve the Tao, but he could still be considered to be comparable to this domain, possessing exceptional strength. It was difficult for him to meet his match in this world. The remnant god had already lost his former glory. Now that he encountered it, he would definitely meet with misfortune. Moreover, the immortal phoenix blood that supported him would definitely fall into the hands of this youth. The consequences would be unthinkable. Ning Fei had already ascended to the extreme and died in battle, and you deceived him. The ruined deity roared. Nonsense. How could I be that kind of person? His heart is worried about that woman, so his fate has already been decided. The youth said coldly. But you survived. The ruined deity's eyes were ice cold. Someone as carefree as me and as infatuated as him are both true men. Character determines fate, and everything has already been decided. We are two extremes. Speaking up to here, he paused and said, If I don't flatten the underworld, how could I be willing to die? He smiled brilliantly as he stared at the ruined deity. Undying Taoist's remnant consciousness immediately became sluggish. He had a premonition that the situation was far from reassuring. As expected, the youth laughed heartily and said, Were you waiting for me? It's hard to refuse such great kindness. Speaking up to here, he reached out and grabbed forward. His aura surged as if a wild beast had come back to life. However, the youth's brilliance did not diminish in the slightest. That was the remnant consciousness of the undying heavenly deity. Killing it didn't bring him any burden, and on the contrary, he felt a type of pleasure from taking revenge. This wasn't a true deity. The heavenly deity's consciousness had left his body, and undying Taoist had been bestowed with a new life. Even though he was once matchless, he was still crippled. The youth grabbed him with one hand and smashed him with a fist, causing his head to explode on the spot. Then, he absorbed specks of primordial spirit light and read his remnant consciousness. Then, he stood on the Blood Phoenix stage and laughed heartily. Undying heavenly deity, you old thing. Actually, my greatest wish is to kill you. Today, I'll first kill a remnant of your deity and then use your method to bathe in your own blood. This is the so-called giving you a taste of your own medicine. The blood on the Phoenix stage evaporated and turned into strands of scarlet multicolored light. Then, it poured onto the youth's body. He was still optimistic and laughed heartily even though he was seriously injured. As expected, the effect is excellent. Emperor of the underworld and the underworld, just wait to be buried with me. So what if you've achieved the Tao? Sooner or later, your Tao will collapse and your spirits will be extinguished. The bones all over the first divine general's body crackled. Not long after, he was full of vigor again. He was 100 times more spirited than when he left the underworld. Those who achieved the Tao later, come out as soon as possible. I'll keep the underworld in check for you for 100 years, he said softly. He sat cross-legged on the Phoenix stage and disappeared. The outside world was in an uproar. There were many discussions about the great battle today. There were many coffins in the celestial court. 3 of the saints who had been brothers with Longma had fallen, and 4 of the 13 demons had died. The casualties of the celestial soldiers and generals were not small either. The main reason was the appearance of the undying heaven blade. It had almost turned the situation around and killed everyone. Even Yi Tong and Pang Bo had been blasted to pieces on the spot. If not for the protection of the ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman, they would have died without a doubt. Even Komatsu had been cut in half and had almost died. They had obtained a great victory in this battle, but they had also paid a price. They had been worshipping the heroic spirits for many days, and the atmosphere was a little gloomy. Only after half a month did the atmosphere ease up. They knew that there would definitely be deaths in war. This was unavoidable and would definitely happen again in the future. After a month, the celestial court finally recovered, and laughter gradually returned. 3 months later, it slowly returned to normal. This was a chaotic world, and the laws of survival were very cruel. Everyone seized the time to cultivate and raise their own cultivation levels. The blood-colored divine wood had formed a phoenix nest, but it had already been torn apart. It had been divided among the celestial court, the palace, and the gods' organization. These were all divine items. There were not only secret treasures in the phoenix nest, but there were also books of the way. It was a pity that they could not find the residue of the divine elixir of 9 turns. It was assumed that the Empress and the divine generals had eaten it clean. Apart from that, the broken phoenix nest itself was also a treasure. There were imperial formation patterns carved within it, shining one after another. That was part of the undying Heavenly Emperor's achievements. In these 3 months, the Black Emperor had forgotten to eat and sleep. He had immersed himself in serious research. It was only 3 days ago that he had woken up and told Hua Hua to continue working hard. The red sun was setting in the west. The Black Emperor slept for 3 days and 3 nights before waking up. Hua Hua came over and said, "Uncle Master, I've torn down the phoenix nest." "Is it the ones I've studied?" the Black Emperor asked. "No," Hua Hua said embarrassedly. "If you're well, it's a sunny day." The Black Emperor said calmly. Then he revealed his snow-white teeth and said, "If you're not well, I'll smack your butt into 8 pieces. Help murder." There were cries of pigs being slaughtered in this place. A sunny day. 8 pieces. The dog is bullying people again. Baldy is so pitiful. Little Violet blinked her big eyes and sat side by side with little Nan Nan. Even the 2 little fellows held their chins in their hands. They were both pink and tender as they looked forward. The autumn wind rose and fell. Yi Fan sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree, comprehending his own laws and Tao. The battle between the undying heavenly blade and the heaven-devouring devil jar had a great impact on him. In the past year or so, he had been comprehending. Finally, he opened his eyes and stood up. He looked at his daughter who had grown up a little in the distance, and a trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes. The 2 little fellows ran over together. "Big brother. Father." Time passed quickly. The battle of the past had ended. In a flash, nearly 2 years had passed. Little Violet was already as tall as little Nan Nan. They were like 2 porcelain dolls, and their black gem-like eyes were looking at him at the same time. Yi Fan smiled, patted their heads and said, "It's been so long, did something happen?" "Yes, Big Brother Qingdao is here. He has always wanted to see you, but you are always sleeping and can't wake up." The little fellow pouted and said, "Aye, let's go see him." Yi Fan nodded and left with them. Half of a dark red ancient mirror appeared on the jade plate. There were spider web-like cracks on it, and half of it was missing. It was the void mirror. Back then, the little Taoist master, Zhang Qingyang, Long Yuxuan, and Zhang Wenchang came to the celestial court from Big Dipper with this half of the mirror. Yi Fan exchanged it with the Ji family. "All these years, we have always been summoning the god in the mirror, hoping that he will wake up. At the same time, we have found little ancestor Ji Zi's corpse, but we have all failed," Ji Qingdao said. The Ji family had tried all kinds of methods, watering it with the blood of their clansmen. The broken mirror had once reacted, and its entire body was bright red. However, it only lasted for a while before it completely dimmed. All these years, the Ji family had no way to revive the broken mirror. They brought it to the celestial court to seek help, hoping to borrow Yi Fan's peerless battle prowess. Yi Fan took the mirror and felt it was especially heavy. Not only did it drink the blood of several supreme beings, it was even stained with its own master's imperial blood in the end. Thinking of the battle of the past, Yi Fan was silent. The half of the broken mirror was buried in the void. This scene seemed to be still before his eyes. In that battle, he lost a few close relatives. Gai Jiuyo, white-clothed divine king, Ji Zi, all of them were so stunning, but they would never return. "Put it down. I will go research and find the whereabouts of their corpses." Yi Fan was a bit emotional. The white-clothed divine king who was like a teacher and a father, his good brother Ji Zi who fought side by side with him through life and death, as well as senior Gai Jiuyo who was full of heroic spirit, shouting in front of the supreme beings, their voices and smiles seemed to be right before his eyes. Yi Fan went on his way. This was a special type of cultivation, searching for friendship that was even deeper than mountains and seas. These people made him miss them. Whenever he thought of them, he couldn't help but shed silent tears. They were all exceptional geniuses, every one of them stunning past and present. However, for the sake of quelling the darkness chaos, they were forever buried in the ice-cold cosmos. Even now, their corpses couldn't be found. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down. He was full of emotions as he walked on the heavenly path, walking alone in the boundless cosmos. He arrived at Big Dipper and gazed into the life-restricted region. He had previously heard that after that battle, there were damaged weapons and flesh that fell into the restricted region. He stood silently in these places for a long time. In the end, Yi Fan left Big Dipper. He aimlessly entered the cosmos with a broken void mirror. A star hung in front of him, 9 moons revolving around it. It was extremely pure and holy. Yi Fan raised his head. He couldn't help but be stunned. This was actually the flying immortal star. He had previously avoided it, never entering it. Now, he unknowingly arrived here. This was a mysterious and terrifying star. The ancient land was sealed with great terror since the ancient times. There were secrets and existences that ordinary people found difficult to understand. Since I've arrived, I won't miss out this time. Let's go take a look, Yi Fan said. It was because he saw that the mirror body seemed to have flickered. Chapter 1723. According to the ancient legends, this great star was originally a life-forbidden land. Of course, in the extremely distant past, it changed later on. Many powerful races appeared and lived here. The star was enormous and not smaller than any great life star Yi Fan had seen before. Ancient trees towered into the heavens, great rivers overflowed, and majestic cliffs appeared. It was an exceptionally magnificent sight. The forbidden land of the legendary era, also known as the place closest to immortals. Yi Fan said softly with a sigh. After so many years, his understanding of the cosmos was much greater than in the past. Especially when it came to things like the flying immortal star. He was naturally an important target of investigation. Auho. Yi Fan descended and stood in a mountainous region. An elephant dragon rushed over. It was over 10 zhang tall and looked like a mammoth. However, its entire body was covered in green scales. In its mouth was a bloody giant tiger that was currently tearing it apart. On the other side, there was a nest at the peak of a majestic stone mountain. A giant silver bird over 60 zhang in length looked downwards and suddenly spread its wings before swooping down. Pooh! Bloody light splashed out. The giant silver bird's sharp claws reached down and tore apart the elephant dragon on the spot. It dragged it towards the mountain peak's nest and carved it into strips of flesh to feed the young birds. Waves of silver flames rose from the nest. That was the awakening of the young bird's divine power. These were all powerful desolate beasts and birds of prey. Each and every one of them was extremely outstanding and comparable to an expert. They had all grasped divine laws a long time ago, but they still lived and struggled in the simple food chain. The strong lived while the weak became meat. It was an extremely cruel and bloody life. This was the flying immortal star. Yi Fan had just arrived and only saw this corner. He already knew how cruel it was to survive here. They were all experts. He walked towards the vast central great land. He wanted to understand more about this place and what kind of secrets were hidden here. Dong! A loud sound rang out. In the distance, a scarlet-haired divine ape blocked in front of him like a mountain. It was over 1,000 zhang tall and could be considered a colossus. It carried a stone axe in its hand and emitted a heaven-overflowing divine might. Yi Fan was astonished. He had never thought that he would encounter a primitive giant that only existed in the desolate era. It was emitting a terrifying pressure. Human, where did you come from? A huge spiritual will rippled out. This was the king of the primitive giants. He was shaped like an ancient ape, and the hair on his body was several meters long. He noticed Yi Fan, and his voice rumbled like thunder. I'm from the outer realms. Yi Fan told the truth. This giant king was a great saint, so his power should be quite strong. He warned, I can feel that you are very dangerous and very powerful. However, I want to tell you that you must not try to break the seal of the central ancient land. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for the flying celestial planet. Yi Fan was surprised and politely communicated with him to understand the situation here. The primordial giant sat cross-legged and explained to him. It was rumored that the central ancient land was a restricted area for life during the legendary era, as well as a place where immortals could truly be seen. It was full of legends and secrets since the ancient times. However, for some unknown reason, it was sealed by the supreme beings, and the immortal realm could no longer appear in the world. Since the ancient times, many great emperors have come here and made a trip there. I see that you seem to be a powerful contender for the emperor's path, so I fear that you will act rashly and break the seal there, said the scarlet-haired giant. This information was quite astonishing. Yi Fan had heard rumors many years ago. At that time, it was said that the flying celestial planet seal had loosened, and a supreme existence had already emerged to attack other ancient lands. No, that is just a rumor. The true central immortal land has always been in a sealed state. It's just that the Great Seal there has been loosening day by day. The true experts that are attacking outside are all from Kunlun's remnant races. Kunlun's remnant race was a powerful title. They weren't a single race, but rather a collective name for a group of races. In the distant past, they used to live in Kunlun's immortal mountains. They were the uncrowned kings of the legendary era. Their strength and terror were well known throughout the world. It could be said that in that period of time, they were incomparable. Later on, only experts like the venerable emperors dared to attack them. In the end, they broke through Kunlun's immortal mountains, killed the slumbering supreme beings of their clans, and overthrew their dynasties. Yi Fan was silent. That was a glorious and splendid era. The cultivation civilization was extremely developed, and all races competed with each other. Tens of thousands of powerful races stood in great numbers. It was incomparable. However, it was precisely in that era that it was filled with blood, war and slaughter. It was unknown just how many powerful races were wiped out and disappeared in the extremely splendid era. Kunlun's remnant races live here. There are dozens of powerful races, and they are one of the rulers of the flying celestial planet, said the primordial giant king. Yi Fan nodded. He had long heard that this planet was very dangerous. In that case, the creatures on the flying celestial planet will attack the other shore every set period of time. It's not only for the sake of the ancient heaven, but also for the sake of Kunlun's immortal mountains. That's their ancestral land. They also want to find the immortal bell and obtain their lost supreme ancestral artifact, said Yi Fan softly. He noticed the giant king's words. The Kunlun's remnant race was only one of the rulers of this planet. There were other powerful forces. There's another group of people known as Qi practitioners. They devour and consume energy. Although their numbers aren't great, they are all extremely powerful. They are outsiders and seem to be searching for something. When he heard this, Yi Fan's expression trembled. He unexpectedly heard news of the pre-Qin Qi practitioners. This was indeed unexpected for him. They were a group of heroes from Earth, and all of them had great origins and backgrounds. In the past, he had once pursued them in order to find out their whereabouts. Unexpectedly, they were on the flying celestial planet. Yes, the Kunlun remnant race attacked Earth in order to ascend the immortal mountain's ancestral land. After the rise of the pre-Qin Qi practitioners, they must have followed this path and arrived here, said Yi Fan to himself. The giant nodded. The two sides were indeed enemies. In the past, terrifying bloody battles had taken place, but in recent years, it had been relatively peaceful and no longer fought. Great waves surged in Yi Fan's heart. He thought of many things. Perhaps he could meet many ancient people on Earth on this planet. Some of them were well known, and some were like gods and people at the same time. They were full of mysteries. In the past, he didn't have the strength and couldn't come here. Even if he came, he would only die in vain. Now it was different. He had become one of the overlords of the universe. Unless the supreme of the restricted zone came out, not many could match him. Yi Fan bid farewell to the primitive giant. With a flash, he traversed the earth and arrived at the central celestial ground. The so-called celestial ground was withered. Not even a blade of grass grew. It was desolate beyond recognition. The earth was scarlet red without a single plant. It was cold and desolate. It was completely different from what he had imagined. The territory here was vast and boundless. It was as if there was a space-time formation enveloping this place, making it boundlessly vast. As Yi Fan strolled about, he could sense a faint ripple. It was as though there were a few supreme deities locked down by iron chains, fighting and roaring at the top of their lungs. This kind of feeling was very strange. It felt illusory and indistinct. Yi Fan frowned and used his heart to sense it. The result was different again. This time, his sea of consciousness captured a large expanse of brilliant light. It was as if people had ascended to immortality and gods had descended into the mortal world. It was a boundless immortal realm. There were immortal birds and auspicious beasts flying about. There were grand palaces suspended on the white clouds. It was an auspicious and peaceful scene. And in the scene of ascending to immortality, there were a few immortal masters whose lives were about to dry up. They were trying their best to say something as if they were warning the creatures of the mortal world. What a strange feeling. Yi Fan was truly shocked. As powerful as he was, Quasi-Emperor Sixth Heaven, he might break through to a higher level in the next few years. But at this time, he couldn't tell what was real and what was fake. He couldn't tell which one was true. The more he probed with his divine sense, the stranger it was. The more unusual it felt, the more bewildering it was. He probed carefully again and saw a few great immortal kings sitting cross-legged on meditation mats. Below the meditation mats, there was a black mist billowing into the sky. A few demon ancestors were roaring, and their bodies were penetrated by immortal chains of order. What is going on? He believed in his own senses and divine might, but they were obstructed here. All kinds of illusions and clouds appeared from time to time, and it was difficult to tell what was real and what was fake. Yi Fan didn't act blindly without thinking. The seal couldn't be broken at this time. He believed in the words of the primitive giant king. He turned and left, entering another land. Roar. Who dares to break into the holy land of my Kunlun lost tribe? In the roar of a demon king, a huge figure appeared high in the sky, looking down at Yi Fan and roaring. This was a fierce person formed after the Supreme Array formation was activated. He was a mark, but he was not much different from a real person. He had actually reached the quasi-emperor level. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. The Kunlun lost tribe was indeed powerful. He had just revealed his head, and there was such a quasi-emperor level mark manifesting. If an ordinary person came, it would be difficult for them to escape death. And he also clearly saw a huge monument in front of him, and on it was written, Xianxia tribe. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. There were many records of this kind of fierce beast in the myths and legends of ancient China. There was a description in the classic of mountains and seas, saying, there is a beast on the Shao mountain. It looks like an ox, and its stomach is like the hair of a hedgehog. Its name is Xianxia, and its sound is like a hyena. It is a man-eater. The quasi-emperor level creature in the sky was Xianxia. Yi Fan looked over. There was a powerful tribe in the mountain range, and they were all this kind of creature. This was one of the Kunlun lost tribe. He did not fight and turned to leave. He entered the vast neighboring territory and saw the Swanni, Hundun, Taotai, and other fierce beasts. The four great beasts were all Kunlun lost tribe. As expected, they are powerful. Yi Fan sighed. These were divine beasts and fierce beasts from ancient times, and they could all be seen here. Finally, he saw a terrifying mountain range. It was as red as blood, and its aura was as strong as a dragon. It stretched for millions of miles. The Torch Dragon tribe. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. This was definitely a terrifying race, and this was their habitat. The Torch Dragon had been mentioned in various ancient books, and it was recorded in Chu Yuan's Heaven's Questions. Is the sun not here? Where does the Torch Dragon shine? There were also records in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, and Huainan Zi, describing its shape, origin, and birthplace. There were too many sayings about it. When it opened its eyes, it was daytime, and when it closed its eyes, it was night. There were also records that said it split the heavens and earth and created all living things. All in all, it was enough to prove its strength and terror. Yi Fan speculated that the Torch Dragon was the supreme of the Kunlun lost tribe, and it was destroyed in the Age of Legends. This could be deduced from the legends. Yi Fan crossed this area, but he did not really go deep into it. However, he could feel how powerful they were. Each of them had astonishing magic power, and there were at least a dozen combat divisions. In the end, he crossed over and came to another terrifying area of the flying celestial star. This place belonged to the Qi practitioners. As soon as Yi Fan arrived, he was stunned. It was really the same style as the ruins and buildings of ancient China that he knew. It was as if he had returned to Earth. Not long after, when he walked to a strange terrain, the style of the buildings changed drastically. The Great Thunderclap Temple. Yi Fan's gaze froze. He saw this famous temple here again. It was grand and dignified, and bathed in the sunset. It was stained with an inviolable divine splendor. Is Sakyamuni inside? He asked softly. He stared blankly for a long time, but he did not enter. This area was full of temples, and there were ancient temples hidden deep in the mountains. When he crossed over and came to another area, he saw Taoist temples one after another. He was shocked. This place definitely had unparalleled masters like the Quasi-Emperor. Some of the masters of ancient China were probably hiding here. He crossed mountains and rivers without using his magic power. He walked through the vast area and finally stopped at the foot of a nameless small mountain. He saw a small shabby temple. An old Taoist was smiling at him. It seemed that the old Taoist had long sensed him. He had been staring at him since he appeared on the horizon. Benefactor, should I call you Saint Physique Yi Fan, Celestial Emperor Yi Fan, or Venerable Emperor? Yi Fan was stunned. Why did he say this? Oh, you are probably not Venerable Emperor. I was wrong. Let's call you Benefactor Yi. The old Taoist nodded and greeted him on the small mountain. Chapter 1724. The mountain was not high, and the small Taoist temple was also very dilapidated. It had gray tiles and rotten wooden rafters. An old grapevine was next to it, accompanied by a diseased tree. It was a desolate scene. Behind the small Taoist temple was a green vegetable field and a well. It was full of antiquity. This place was very ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. Just like the Taoist, if one did not look closely, they would think that he was an old Taoist in the mountains without magic or immortal roots. Yi Fan cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Taoist." The old Taoist returned the greeting. He was very polite and did not put on any airs. At this moment, Yi Fan discovered that the other party was Quasi-Emperor Sixth Heaven, similar to him. He was a powerful master of Taoism. The most peculiar thing was that this person's ability to hide his breath. If he did not come close, even Yi Fan might not be able to detect him from a distance. It was really amazing. However, the main thing was that he did not open the sore celestial pupil, so he was too embarrassed to look at him. Why did you call me that just now? Benefactor. Please forgive me. I was rash. The old Taoist said that an ancient Taoism master had once made a deduction that a similar flower would appear. Perhaps in this life it would be like the emperor. Although I live in a remote corner and hide in the mountains, I heard some of Benefactor Ye's achievements and past events. I mistakenly thought that you were that flower. Now that I see you and carefully recognize you, I don't think so. A similar flower might appear. Yi Fan was quite surprised. The future is illusory. Even the ancient Taoist's deduction may not come true, the old Taoist explained. May I ask for your name? I used to have a name, Guxian, the old Taoist said. Yi Fan was shocked. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still overwhelmed. He finally met a cultivator from ancient China, and he was extremely powerful and extraordinary. Who was Guxian? He was one of the most important figures in Taoism. He was regarded as the founder of the Gazao sect by the Taoists of the Lingbao sect in later generations. He was called Gu Xianweng. The Lingbao sect respected the Xianxia, which was also the Lingbao celestial being. It was one of the most important sects in Taoism, and Gu Xian was the founder of the sect for an era, so one could imagine his status. Apart from that, he was respected as one of the four celestial masters of Taoism. His status was high, and it could be seen from his name, Gu Xianweng. Greetings, senior. Yi Fan saluted with mixed feelings. In the past, he had only learned about such people through ancient books and didn't believe that they could fly. Later on, he accidentally set foot on the road of cultivation. Now that he had seen them in person, he was filled with endless emotions. Benefactor, please take a seat. Gu Xian invited him to sit on a praying mat. Not only was Gu Xian an extraordinary person, but he also had a grandnephew named Gu Hong, who was the author of the book Bio Puzi. He was even more impressive and had once become the leader of Taoism during the Eastern Jin dynasty. In the course of the conversation, Yi Fan could not help but mention Gu Hong. This person had mentioned the 9 secrets in his writings, stating that as long as one constantly recited the 9 secrets, one could exorcise evil and protect their body. Gu Xian admitted that his grandnephew's cultivation level was higher than his master's. It was indeed impressive. May I know why Xianweng is hiding here? Yi Fan naturally wanted to ask. The Qi practitioners of ancient China all came to this place. It was really a mystery. Swallow the clouds, eat the dew, pursue the Tao, whatever it is to become an immortal. Guxian said, then he shook his head and sighed. But in the end, everyone is buried in the soil, unable to obtain any creation. Yi Fan was shocked. This group of people came to search for immortals, but they did not choose the Big Dipper back then, but here. He asked for confirmation, and sure enough, the answer was confirmed. All the Qi practitioners believed that there was a path to immortality here. Not all the Emperor Dao experts thought that the Big Dipper was the right place to become an immortal. There were also some who believed that it was on the flying celestial star here. The universe can be divided into yin and yang. Maybe the Big Dipper and the flying celestial star are two symmetrical yin and yang, both of which can lead to the celestial realm. But after the battle 300 years ago, it proved that this path is no longer possible. Therefore, the Qi practitioners believe that the path is on the flying celestial star. They were only searching for immortality. Yi Fan sighed. In the ancient history of cultivators, all the conflicts and large-scale bloody battles were mostly caused by immortals. Longevity was an eternal topic, and it was the Dao fruit that all cultivators dreamed of. But so many years had passed, and everyone was still searching for immortality, but they could not achieve it. Is there really a path to immortality here? Yi Fan sat cross-legged on a praying mat and had a long conversation with Guxian. According to some primeval venerables, the path to immortality will appear in the sealed land of the flying celestial star, which is also the forbidden area of the mythological era, the old Taoist answered. Everyone was waiting for an opportunity, but they did not dare to break the seal. Yi Fan was silent. How many people were trapped in immortality? Since ancient times, all the cultivators had been working hard. The so-called immortals in the historical records were still on this path. Not only them, but others like Shakyamuni had also arrived on the star and built their sects. However, there were no traces of them, and it was suspected that they were searching in the outer realm. Where is the little immortal? He asked Gu Hong. Although the number of Qi practitioners was not very exaggerated, it was not small either. Many of them were well known and had great fame in ancient China. Guxian said bluntly that while others were in seclusion on this star, there were even more people wandering the outside world, visiting ancient immortal sites one after another in order to obtain the method of longevity. Among the people who were still alive, the strongest were naturally Laozi and Shakyamuni. Everyone was waiting. They believed that the failure of the Big Dipper immortal path did not mean that this place would be empty. Sooner or later, the opportunity to ascend to immortality would appear again. The sealed land of the flying celestial star is definitely strange. If it is opened, there will be a great calamity when we charge in, Guxian said. If there were really living beings sealed here and they were still alive, then the path to immortality would definitely be occupied by them and they would be able to break through. According to people's speculations, there might be a great crack in the immortal world here. Back in the day, there was a great battle between beings from the immortal world and even the primeval venerables. This place was suppressed and sealed. Is the flying celestial star as its name suggests? Later on, Yi Fan and the old Taoist talked about many things. Naturally, they mentioned the Kunlun remnant tribe, which was similar to what he had guessed. The Kunlun remnant tribe also knew the secrets of the flying celestial star. They needed to find the celestial bell and even wanted to move the celestial mountain to Kunlun. The celestial bell and the ancient wasteland tower are too ancient. Some say that they were created by the heaven and earth. Others say that they were involved in celestial dynasties and that there was even a real celestial emperor. These were all old stories. Only the people of the era of the Kunlun ancestor and Dizun could understand a little. In this era, they could only speculate and lacked evidence. The two of them had a rather congenial conversation. They discussed many things from ancient history to cultivation. The old Taoist was recognized by the Spirit Treasure sect as the patriarch of a generation. He had recreated the inheritance of the ancient celestial being, so he was naturally outstanding. It was also because of his guidance that Gu Hong's path was formed. I had some opportunities and obtained some scriptures and inheritance. Guxian and Yi Fan discussed Dao and mentioned the scriptures. The two of them agreed that the salvation scripture was the most mysterious and unfathomable among the scriptures of the Spirit Treasure celestial being. Guxian recited one of it. It was a secret book that could not be seen by the world. Yi Fan took out the ghost face lamp and recited one too. The two were similar and corroborated each other, making it even more mysterious. After reading the proper scripture and comprehending the ghost face lamp mark, this scripture will be considered complete, Guxian said. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. He had gained a lot from this discussion. The old Taoist passed on an ancient recipe called the Xianxia Golden Elixir Scripture. It was said that it was left by the spirit treasure celestial being. Yi Fan was surprised. He had long heard about this elixir scripture of Taoism. It was seen in the world for mortals, but he had never obtained the scripture for cultivators. Now he saw the true scripture. After sitting cross-legged for 7 days, the two of them talked freely and exchanged many insights. They also touched upon many secrets. In the end, Yi Fan got up and left. He walked on the flying celestial star and felt lost. After walking on this path and growing to this day, he could be considered a peerless expert. Looking back, many things had changed. In the past, he felt that Qi practitioners were so powerful, like people of legends. However, when he got closer, he realized that they were just trekkers on the road to immortality. Unknowingly, Yi Fan walked through many regions and saw another old man. He introduced himself and said, "I am Xianxia." Yi Fan was shocked and then sighed. He had really met the ancient figures of China. Although there were not many, they still gave him mixed feelings. The holy whip was left by Senior, right? Yes. Back then, I encountered some trouble in the Big Dipper, so I kept the whip and left to wait for fate, the old man said. The wooden whip couldn't be underestimated. It was a part of the Di Zun's immortal tree and had boundless divine effects. Yi Fan bid farewell and continued on his way. He felt a little disappointed. If it wasn't for the huge pressure brought by the underworld, which forced him to raise his cultivation level to protect his family and friends, he would feel that the end of the path of cultivation was really illusory and ethereal. What's going on? Why do I feel a little empty after coming to the flying celestial star? Why am I not excited after seeing the Qi practitioners of ancient China? Instead, I'm like this. Yi Fan was silent for a long time. Then, he suddenly raised his head. This wasn't his personality. He seemed to have been affected by some kind of power. The heaven-origin immortal eyes can see through all falsehoods, he shouted. In the next moment, the magnificent mountains and rivers disappeared. All he could see were white bones like snow. It was a vast expanse of withered bones that had been weathered by the wind. There were no plants, no divine waterfalls, and no celestial mountains. The scenery had all disappeared. There was only death here. It was indeed strange. Unknowingly, he came to a place not far from the seal. He was greatly affected and almost lost. The Guxian and Jianghu I saw just now couldn't be fake, right? He turned around again and walked into the distance. As expected, he saw a large expanse of ruins. More than half of the Qi practitioners' residences had long been destroyed. There was rubble everywhere. But fortunately, that short mountain was still there and the small Taoist temple still existed on the mountain. But Guxian was long gone. Yi Fan kept his immortal eyes open all along. His eyes flickered as he walked. When he entered another area where the Qi practitioners resided, he saw some Taoists and asked them. At least half of the Qi practitioners died. It was very strange and terrifying back then. Some people's corporeal bodies had perished, but their obsessions didn't scatter and could still manifest. They thought they were still alive, and it was difficult for others to detect them. It was said that the immortals and demons sealed underground were causing mischief. They were truly reproducing everything about those people, said the little Taoist. He drew out a range and said that those areas couldn't be entered because they had long become ghost regions. Yi Fan's entire body was ice cold. The Guxian and Jianghu he saw just now were in those areas. Was he conversing with the heroic spirits and their obsessions? Immortal Elder Guxian and the others have indeed perished many years ago. Immortal Master Guhong is still wandering in the outer realms. He obtained the answer. The terrifying creature sealed underground was leading all of this. It wanted to take his divine soul away as well. He was exchanging blows with the creature in the restricted area of the mythological era. If there wasn't the power of the seal, it would be very troublesome. Yi Fan sighed. He believed that what Guhong and Jianghu's heroic spirit said was true. But those were only obsessions that were being used and weren't their real bodies. Cultivation was truly cruel. For the sake of longevity, many people ended up empty-handed. They were bloody and empty. Yi Fan walked through more than half of the area and saw many places of death. Many Qi practitioners had perished and only less than half were left. Moreover, most of the strong ones were wandering outside. There will definitely be a battle here in the future, said Yi Fan softly. The time should be when he achieved great success, or in other words, the day he achieved Tao. Chapter 1725. Dong. The sound of the bell reverberated, cleansing one's mind and relaxing one's pores. There was even a feeling of enlightenment. This was the Great Thunderclap Temple. In the end, Yi Fan still came here. When he walked in, an old monk welcomed him and an arhat led the way. They were all very courteous to him. Sakyamuni had already left and was no longer on the flying celestial star. However, there were still experts overseeing this place. No one dared to barge in. Xianxia, Taowu, Torch Dragon, and other powerful races were also unwilling to provoke them. Brother Yi, long time no see. When he entered the Hall of Great Strength, a white-robed monk came over and greeted him. He was very young, otherworldly, and had an extraordinary bearing. It was Golden Cicada. It had to be said that this person was very powerful. Over the years, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had long since advanced to the quasi-emperor realm. Beside him was a woman with an outstanding temperament. She was also an old friend who had fought alongside him in the Big Dipper. She was West Bodhisattva Ju Qing. After so many years, seeing the two again, Yi Fan maintained his smile. Although he was surprised, his emotions were no longer affected. My master is searching for the way to become an immortal and the path to immortality. He hopes to break through the shackles on the path to immortality and see immortality, said Golden Cicada. Yi Fan nodded. As his strength increased, he felt more and more helpless. Powerful cultivators had to face the ultimate barrier of life and death when they reached the end. Everyone wanted to break through, but who had truly become an immortal? As they talked, they brought up many anecdotes from the past. Golden Cicada said, I saw Brother Sacred Prince fighting with another divine ape. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes burst with light. Had the two finally met? This made him a little worried for the monkey. I went up to persuade them, but in the end, we got into a scuffle and almost died for nothing. Golden Cicada smiled bitterly. The Sacred Prince and the six-eared macaque had encountered each other. The two were sparring and fighting, and no one else was allowed to participate. They wanted to determine the winner and the loser. In terms of bloodline, the Sacred Prince had the advantage. However, at the quasi-emperor realm, this was no longer the deciding factor. After all, at this realm, who was still ordinary? Moreover, the six-eared macaque grew up soaking in celestial beings' life-spring divine liquid. Its constitution was excellent and it was almost immortal. He had wandered the universe for so many years. His 6 ears moved and he listened in all directions. He had obtained many secret arts and scriptures and was very powerful. I don't think the two of them are fighting to the death. Otherwise there would be no result. Blood would have been spilled in the starry sky long ago, said Golden Cicada. Yi Fan gave him a strange look. 2 monkeys and a monk. Fortunately, things did not develop to a tragic end. Everything was still under control. Half a day later, Yi Fan left, strolling about this star. He didn't want to fight, but rather to search and explore. He already understood many things. And now, he arrived at the restricted region. Blood-colored soil, air-dried corpses, and vast territory made this place spacious and desolate. It was extremely strange. This time the space between his brows shone. He operated the forward secret and opened his immortal eyes to see through all fabrications. In the future, a great battle might erupt here, and he wanted to see the battlefield clearly. There was still a strange power affecting him, but it could no longer confuse his mind. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt an artifact on his body tremble and become a bit hot. He took it out and found that it was actually the void mirror that had reacted. The restricted region of the legendary era made the ancient mirror scorch. This surprised Yi Fan a bit. He held it in his hand and walked forward, carefully sensing and searching. He stopped after traveling for over 100 li. The void mirror shone, and the dim bloodstains on its surface became bright red, as if they were about to drip down. This kind of power made even Yi Fan feel a powerful pressure. He felt that it was astonishing. The blood of an ancient supreme being was too powerful. This place was still dry and desolate, not a single blade of grass growing here. This was a stone forest. The deepest part was extremely dry, and there was a small cave that led all the way underground. It gave off an immeasurable feeling. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt a type of great danger. He couldn't help but retreat. A strange sound rang out, and a half-meter-tall small tree appeared. This is he was shocked. That was a flame that surged and throbbed. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it could burn 10,000 worlds. The temperature was blazing, and natural laws interweaved. This wasn't a flame in the ordinary sense. It wasn't that large, but it was formed from symbols. It was formed from interweaving divine chains, and symbols were throbbing one after another. This was the immortal flame from the Northern Dipper flame domain. He never expected it to appear here. This wasn't the first time Yi Fan saw it. He had previously discovered it, and he had the chance to see it up close. Now, he saw it again. Was it brought into the starry sky by Gai Jiuyo? Or did it believe that this place would become an immortal ascension place, so it chose to come here on its own? Yi Fan didn't know. The void mirror had drunk the blood of more than one supreme being, but it was still on the verge of connecting to immortality, possibly evolving into an immortal mirror. However, in the end it was shattered. It was truly a pity. The immortal flame appeared. The ruined mirror that had remained silent for many years moved again, struggling free from Yi Fan's palm. Then, it began to shine with brilliance, continuously flickering as it descended towards that flame. Yi Fan was stupefied, and then he backed up. The blazing heat wasn't the key. Those symbols were the foundation, the reason why the immortal flame was terrifying. The ruined void mirror descended. The symbol flames throbbed, submerging it. The ruined mirror trembled, releasing kung-chong sounds. Then, the shattered parts began to melt, unexpectedly reforming. Yi Fan was shocked. This void mirror was using the immortal flame to reforge itself, carrying out repairs, bathing in this type of mysterious flame to reconstruct the mirror's body. Later on, many of the cracks on the mirror disappeared, becoming smooth again. However, there was still only half of the mirror, missing the other half. Only heaven knew where those fragments were. Suddenly, a figure flashed past in the mirror. Yi Fan was stupefied, as if he was a clay sculpture. In that instant, he saw GZ, or perhaps it should be said that the Void Emperor's appearance flashed before disappearing. Even though it was indistinct, even though it was faint, just a shadow, it was the person of the past. He released a light sigh. He sat down, waiting for the void mirror to finish repairing itself, not disturbing it. This process continued for 8 or 9 days. During this time, there was unexpectedly a rain of light that flew over from outer space. These were the void mirror's fragments. When they landed on the fiery light, they merged with the ruined mirror, repairing a small portion. However, there was still a gap. In the end, it was still a ruined mirror, only much stronger than before. The cracks disappeared. Could it be that this place really is going to become an immortal ascension place? Is the immortal flame waiting here ahead of time? After a long time had passed, the void mirror flew back. The immortal flame withdrew, entering the underground cave. Yi Fan didn't chase after it, nor did he want to go down. He had a vague feeling that this might directly enter the sealed land. If he investigated it too early, there wouldn't be any benefits, and it might bring about a great disaster. In the end, he still isn't a supreme being. Otherwise, where wouldn't he be able to go? He said with a sigh. Yi Fan left this star, heading into the depths of the star domain to search for the sacred prince and the six-eared macaque. He didn't wish for anything unexpected to happen. In the end, he met the sacred prince, chatting for a bit. From their conversation, the monkey was quite appreciative of the six-eared macaque, unexpectedly developing a bit of friendship. Even though they weren't friends, the two likely wouldn't face each other to the death. He ate a complete 9 revolutions immortal pill, his muscles and bones transforming to a freakish degree. It truly is heaven-defying natural luck, extremely powerful, the monkey said, revealing this secret. Yi Fan was speechless. Recently, he often heard about this type of immortal pill. Others only ate the remains, yet the six-eared macaque ate a complete one. It truly was heaven-defying. One has to understand that this was a great Tao pill treasure refined by an ancient great emperor for him to live another era. Yi Fan left. He comprehended the Tao, searched, and moved according to his heart. He understood well that the future path was difficult to see. His enemies should have already set their sights on the life-forbidden region. Right now, he was extremely strong, able to sweep through the experts of this world. However, when facing a sleeping ancient supreme being, it was still far from enough. Dang! Long and drawn-out bell sounds rang out unendingly. There were temples everywhere. This was the ancient Amitabha star. Yi Fan's body moved according to his heart's desire. He traveled through the cosmos, comprehending, and then descended here. He arrived at the central ancient temple of the Buddhist sect. That temple looked like it was cast from gold. Radiance scattered down, making it look extremely holy. Yi Fan came to pay a visit. Even though this was the ancestral land of the Buddhist sect, where experts were as common as trees in a forest, they had no choice but to take him seriously. Important figures came out to greet him. A familiar person came out to greet him. He was tall and sturdy. He was a Dutta. Hundreds of years ago, Yi Fan had traveled together with him. They used to be competitors.
You are Ku Tuchuo? I didn't expect you to still remember me.
The middle-aged Dutta sighed lightly. He was already a great sage, but he was still far from Yi Fan's quasi-emperor realm. In the past, on the ancient road, Ku Tuchuo, Yu Xian, Oyemo, Mu Guanghan, and the others were all very powerful. They traveled together with Yi Fan and were also seated contestants. Becoming a great sage was enough to rule a region. After all, the cosmos was vast and geniuses came forth in large numbers. It was impossible for all geniuses to have the hope of becoming a quasi-emperor. What about them? Yi Fan asked the other geniuses he met on the ancient road. Like me, I can dominate a region, but I definitely won't be able to do so in the entire cosmos, Ku Tuchuo said. This was the final destination for people like them. Their lives had already been decided, and they would end up on the emperor's path just like that. When he and Ku Tuchuo entered the depths of the temple, Yi Fan's heart shook. He sensed another familiar aura at the back of the mountain. There were a few small temples there. They weren't all that grand, and they seemed to have returned to simplicity. An old friend of yours is cultivating there, Ku Tuchuo said. Yi Fan arrived at the back of the mountain and saw an old monk in the ancient temple. To be more precise, it was an old monkey with fiery eyes and golden fur. He was as steady as a boulder as he sat on a praying mat. It was actually the victorious fighting Buddha. After so many years they met again here. Greetings, senior. Yi Fan saluted. He had received protection from the monkey in the past and had always been grateful. Child, you may dispense with the formalities. The monkey's uncle had long since become the quasi-emperor. He pulled Yi Fan up. There was another old man sitting on a praying mat beside him. It seemed like his status was just as respected as the victorious fighting Buddha, sitting on equal footing with him. This person was very old, but he was full of vigor and spirit. His eyes were like torches. He was also a powerful quasi-emperor. This is Tao brother Gu Tianshu, the victorious fighting Buddha introduced. Yi Fan was stunned when he heard this. He wasn't unfamiliar with this name. This was a supreme expert of the Purple Mountain. He had once been willing to guard the mausoleum of great Emperor Wuxia. The old monkey had once fought with Gu Tianshu on the Purple Mountain. The two of them didn't get to know each other without fighting. In the end they became friends. Later on, they came to the Amitabha star field to cultivate and lived in semi-seclusion. When Yi Fan saw these two, there were too many things he wanted to ask, especially Gu Tianshu. He had once come into close contact with great Emperor Wuxia, so he wouldn't know any less than the Black Emperor. Even I don't know whether great Emperor Wuxia is dead or alive. Gu Tianshu's first words stopped many of Yi Fan's questions. However, his next words greatly moved Yi Fan. He talked about many of great Emperor Wuxia's deeds. They were all secrets, and he even talked about how Wuxia had created the technique. It was a glorious life. Yi Fan lingered here for several days. In the end, he left with great gains. He once again ascended the heavenly road and entered the starry sky. This was a kind of cultivation and Tao comprehension journey. This time, he didn't go far. He had just crossed a star system when he stopped. He knew that he was going to face tribulation again. Millions of lightning bolts descended. The tribulation of the quasi-emperor's seventh heavenly layer descended, drowning the star field and shaking all directions. Is he going to face tribulation again? On an ancient star, a powerful aura filled the air. A large hand reached out and slapped down with a rumbling sound, causing the entire star field here to collapse. That star was the Overlord body's ancestral star. It was obvious who the attacker was. Chapter 1726. The stars in the sky were like fireflies. At this moment, they were quickly extinguished. A large black hand reached out from the darkness, covering this starry sky. The stars all exploded. This type of scene was too terrifying. The large black hand reached out from an unknown place, covering the entire cosmos. All things before it seemed insignificant, not even comparable to a speck of dust. This type of scene left everyone shocked. There were cultivators who passed by nearby, scared until their souls were about to leave their bodies. What kind of power was this? It was impossible to estimate. There was an ancient supreme being who appeared, taking action here. This was the first thought that appeared in everyone's mind. There was simply no other reason. Did the most powerful individuals from the ancient past appear again? Pooh! The sages who passed by this starry sky found it hard to struggle. They cultivated for thousands of years, reaching the peak, able to rule over a region, yet before supreme beings, they were still as weak as ants. The ancient sages directly exploded. The large black hand didn't even make contact, yet their bodies and spirits were already erased under the pressure, turning into bloody mist. The people from outside this region went cold from head to toe. They trembled, backing up in panic, their entire bodies contorting, inwardly terrified to the extreme. They fled into the distance. Was this a deity that created heaven and earth? A hand covered the starry sky, everything destroyed. There was only a black hand left in the ice-cold cosmos. Just how terrifying of a scene was this? This was a true legend, the scene of the most ancient era's world destruction. It was extremely shocking. In front of the large black hand, there was an enormous sphere of lightning radiance. It similarly overflowed into the heavens, drowning out large amounts of the starry sky, quickly rushing into the distance. The large black hand was too terrifying. It looked like it was slowly descending, but it could catch up to and even exceed that extremely fast sphere of lightning radiance. Yi Fan was greatly shaken. The one in the lightning radiance was naturally him, facing the most terrifying great tribulation. Right now, he operated the rose symbol art to avoid the black hand that chased after him. His situation was extremely terrifying. While facing the unmatched lightning tribulation, there was even an ancient supreme being who appeared, wishing to take action against him. This was simply a situation of inevitable death. Supreme beings acted out. The day came so quickly. It really happened. In the past, he was already extremely strong, considered an exceptional expert in this world. However, in the eyes of those supreme beings, he was still like an ant, never placing him in their eyes. As long as he didn't succeed, didn't achieve the Tao, he wouldn't care about those people at all. Supreme beings were unmatched, and they were arrogant as well. Today, did he finally catch the eye of some people, waking up from his slumber? This was to strangle him on the path of great success, not giving him a chance. Yi Fan pushed the row formula to its limits. Even the river of time stopped for him. He moved quickly, and along the way, the space between his brows glowed. He was summoning the heaven-devouring pot to battle. In order to pass the tribulation, he didn't bring the jar with him and hid it in another domain. Boom! The huge black hand covered the boundless starry river, and even the heavens were enveloped. In the blink of an eye, it was about to cover Yi Fan. It was unknown how many stars were destroyed. This kind of terrifying scene where one hand covered the sky and the universe could only bear one dark hand shocked the world. Yi Fan's brows stood erect. There wasn't enough time. The situation was critical to the extreme. Could it be that he had to break apart the all-life source energy cauldron and make the laws of the immortal bell explode? What a pity. But if he didn't do that, he wouldn't even be able to summon the heaven-devouring demon pot in time. Death was so close. The ancient supreme beings were high above, and Yi Fan, who was already in danger of passing the tribulation, had now encountered a great disaster and might die. It's the Overlord body. Yi Fan felt a similar fluctuation. It was the same as the bloodline of the Overlord in the past, and he could feel it. That purple blood ancient lightning was already boiling, and it was about to break him. Clearly, the Overlord body had appeared, and he had used his strongest attack. He didn't want any accidents to happen, and he wanted to destroy the Saint Physique Yi Fan in one strike. These two races had been at war since the era of legends, and it was hard to resolve the feud. He came to kill Yi Fan, and he didn't want him to reach great success. There was no need to talk reason. The ancient supreme being had made his move, and it was his strongest attack. It wasn't a casual attack. No one in this generation could stop such a terrifying outcome, unless Yi Fan reached great success or achieved the Tao. Overlord body. You dare to touch the person I fancy? Be careful that I don't destroy your bloodline. A cold voice was heard, and another big hand slapped down, colliding with the big black hand with a bang. This was a youth with clear eyes, and he carried a black hard bow on his back. He held a stone rod in his right hand, and he looked disdainfully at the surroundings as he stood under the starry sky. Just now, he had used his left hand to block the peerless attack of the overlord body. The big black hand faded, and a tall figure appeared. His long purple hair danced in the wind, and he looked majestic. Compared to when he was born in the past, his chi and blood were much more vigorous. He was very silent, and he stared at the youth for a long time without saying a word. In the distance, a sea of lightning covered the sky, and the sound of explosions rang out incessantly. Stars were exploding one after another. Yi Fan had started to pass the tribulation, and he couldn't control it at all. He had encountered a great tribulation, and now that the youth had appeared, he knew that he could deal with his tribulation in peace. You are the #1 divine general of ancient heaven, Chuanying? You live up to your reputation. The overlord body spoke. His voice was low, and it had a terrifying penetrating power that could directly shatter stars. Chuanying was a living legend, and even the venerable emperor was amazed. He personally sealed him, wanting to leave him for him to achieve the Tao, but because his obsession was too deep, he came into the world in advance. So it wasn't your true body. You only came with an incarnation, and it's not enough for me to kill. Chuanying smiled very brilliantly. The incarnation used a secret technique, and it might be able to display the power of the true body for a short period of time, but after a long time, it would definitely be killed. You think he can achieve the Tao? After a moment of silence, the overlord body asked coldly. His chi and blood were exuberant, and his purple hair was like a river of stars. The light in his eyes was astonishing. Haha! I don't need a reason for someone I value. If you dare to touch a finger of him, I'll kill you. Chuanying laughed impudently. He was just a youth, and there was a special kind of madness in his carefree appearance. In this world, who dared to be so disrespectful to the ancient supreme beings, and face them with such a high attitude, looking down on the ancient imperial path experts? Since I was born, many people have said this to me, but they are all dead. The overlord body said calmly. The youth didn't say anything else, carrying the stone rod and rushing over, carrying out a great slaughter. The rod streaked across the sky like a gray azure dragon, suppressing the cosmos. Its power was unparalleled in this world. The sky collapsed, and the stars exploded one after another. What sun, moon, what stars? They all turned into fireworks. The overlord body was ferocious and tyrannical. He immediately used an overlord fist, shaking the cosmos until it rumbled. A supreme being battle erupted. Both of them were experts among experts. The effects of this battle were naturally great, shaking the great cosmos and leaving every region alarmed. Wang! The purple light hammer flew over from the distance like a purple waterfall, smashing towards Chuanying. This was a supreme being artifact that suppressed over from the overlord body's ancestral star. Dang! The #1 divine general of ancient heaven struck out with the stone rod in his hand, colliding with this artifact. The radiance that erupted was incomparably brilliant. Now there were no more stars in this region. All of them turned into fine powder. Even Yi Fan in another region was affected, suffering from the impact. The sea of lightning became even more violent. The battle continued, but this temporarily had nothing to do with Yi Fan. He calmed his heart to resist the lightning tribulation and break through. After an unknown amount of time, the cosmos calmed down because Yi Fan's great tribulation had ended. The sea of lightning disappeared, and he breathed in and out the essence of heaven and earth to replenish his body. On the other side, there was a youth sitting cross-legged. After seeing him finish, he smiled and said, "Not bad. Many thanks, Senior." Yi Fan bowed in gratitude. "I just couldn't stand it," the #1 divine general of ancient heaven said. Then he added, "The overlord body's ancestral star isn't easy to provoke. There's definitely more than one overlord body at large. According to my understanding in recent years, there are still people who killed the supreme beings with holy physiques on the ancient path. They are still alive and have sealed themselves in the ancestral cave." When Yi Fan heard these words, his eyes immediately burst with radiance. It was really as he had expected back then. This lineage was terrifying enough to form a forbidden land and have supreme beings living for a long time. And this was also what he had hoped for back then. If the people of the past had all died and passed away with the glory of killing the holy physiques, then perhaps it would be even more regretful. "I'm relieved that they haven't died," Yi Fan said. "Ha ha ha, good, you have guts." The first divine general of ancient heaven laughed. Then he shook his head and sighed. Achieving the Tao is destined to be a lonely path. In the final glory, one can taste one's loneliness and bitterness. The first divine general left quickly. He came quickly and left just as quickly. Yi Fan's cultivation soared, and his strength reached the 7th layer of the quasi-emperor. He was close to reaching large success, and he could feel the aura of achieving the Tao one step further. In this cosmos, if he hadn't met the ancient supreme beings, he could truly sweep through the world. At the same time, he began to think deeply. In the past, he was an ant in the eyes of the supreme beings and didn't amount to much. But as he approached large success, perhaps some people would be startled awake and wouldn't be able to sit still. Just like this time, the large success tyrant body was like this. It wanted to destroy him with a single palm and strangle him on the way to achieving the Tao. Perhaps every single person who achieved the Tao had experienced this before. The ascension of the great emperor would threaten the safety of individual supreme beings, and they would think of ways to stop it. The more Yi Fan thought about it, the colder his entire body became. He wasn't worried for himself, but for his friends and relatives. He thought of the demon emperor Shui Yueqing. He left for 500 years and wasn't willing to return to his hometown, waiting for his young lady's soul bone to return to the yellow earth, leaving behind a lifetime of regret. There were too many secrets to this. Presumably, he was afraid of bringing the disaster of achieving the Tao back to his homeland, so he wasn't willing to return until he achieved the Tao. Yi Fan surveyed the cosmos. He had to make preparations early. As his cultivation deepened day by day, the gazes of those giant dragons would be drawn over one by one, and they would begin to pay attention to an ant like him. If he wasn't allowed to transform into a dragon and be killed in the mortal world, this might be the terrifying disaster he would encounter one day in the future. Achieving the Tao is destined to be a lonely path. In the final glory, one can taste one's loneliness and bitterness. The words of ancient heaven's #1 divine general clearly hinted at something. Was he hinting at the bleakness of this path? If he wanted to achieve the Tao, not only did he have to be stunning and pass through that trial, he also had to face the terrifying suppression of the other ancient supreme beings and bring disaster to his loved ones. A chill arose in Yi Fan's heart. If he achieved the Tao alone, all his loved ones and friends would die. What was the point of achieving the Tao? But now, there was already no turning back. The large success tyrant body took action, and the other supreme beings would also begin to pay attention to him. There had never been anyone who could become an emperor in one leap. The final 8, 9, and emperor tribulations were more terrifying than the one before. Every tribulation required one to use one's life to fight for life and death. Perhaps, he would have 3 supreme being disasters, and each one would be more terrifying than the one before. The first 2 in particular were the most difficult, and some people wouldn't allow him to achieve the large success. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the cosmos and began to ponder on how to stop all of this. What he wanted to do was to rule the world and seek immortality, and not watch as the people around him perish. Chapter 17:27. Yi Fan sat there, not moving for an entire day and night. In the end, he opened his eyes, feeling extremely tired. Yes, he was mentally and physically exhausted. He wanted to do his best, but he really didn't have any feasible methods. Those were supreme beings. Even if he used all kinds of schemes, it was still difficult to stop them. He had the heaven-swallowing pot and the laws of the immortal bell, but even if they could stop one supreme being, could they stop 2 or 3? Even if he made all kinds of arrangements and schemes, setting up a killing trap, it was still useless. In front of absolute strength, these things were like ants trying to shake a tree in the eyes of those supreme beings. They couldn't stop their footsteps at all. Right now, he had a secret technique to hide his aura. Once he crossed the tribulation, he would definitely be exposed. 3 great tribulations would shake the entire universe. There were 3 chances to kill him, and some supreme beings wouldn't miss it. In other words, he, an ant, was strong enough. He was starting to enter the eyes of supreme beings. Yi Fan stepped into Quasi-Emperor's 7th heaven and was already very powerful. However, he felt an unprecedented fatigue. The future path was becoming more and more difficult, and it wasn't easy to break through. It doesn't matter if I die, but they can't be buried with me. Yi Fan's strength improved greatly, his blood energy flourishing, and his lifespan increased. However, there were a few strands of white hair mixed in with his jet black hair. He felt extremely tired. Along the way, he walked and thought at the same time. He returned to the celestial court. Looking at the flourishing home of the universe's most powerful inheritance, he found it hard to calm down. All of this was the result of everyone's hard work. It should have been extremely glorious, but in the future, it might attract a great disaster. If supreme beings appeared, they would definitely flatten it.
Is there no way?
He saw a corner of the future. One underworld was already so terrifying. Now, with the addition of the Great Completion Overlord body and the supreme beings of the other restricted regions, how could they resist? Yi Fan suddenly felt his body become cold. The road ahead was difficult. No wonder the great emperors were so unfortunate. Not a single one of them was truly smiling amidst their glory. They were all so serious. They experienced joys and sorrows, lost too much, and the price they paid was unimaginable.
Uncle, you're back.
A strong-looking youth ran over and greeted enthusiastically. Then, a group of children rushed over. This was Li Heishui's child, already more than 10 years old. He was quite sturdy, and because he had consumed the 9-aperture stone man divine elixir since he was young, his bones were excellent, far surpassing his father.
Uncle, did you bring us any gifts?
The one who spoke was a 14 or 15-year-old girl, the youngest daughter of a savage. She wore a beast bone necklace, and her hair was combed into a small braid. Strings of Daluo silver essence bells were tied to the braid, swaying with divine radiance and jingling. These were the descendants of the celestial court. Every single one of them was extremely talented, and any great power would be envious of them. This was because Yi Fan, Li Tian, Black Emperor, and the others were willing to invest in them. After they were born, they were soaked in the divine liquid of the celestial being's life spring and fed with the 9 orifices divine fetus liquid. They were even refined with the essence of the undead Qilin medicine and the Bodhi tree, refining them into precious pills for them to build their foundations. It could be said that these children were the celestial court's most valuable assets. They represented the future and hope. I came and went in a hurry without any preparation. Today, I will teach you a few great divine abilities and explain the celestial scripture of Sunday. Yi Fan smiled. All right, Uncle is going to preach. Come quickly. The children's cheers immediately attracted more people. Many members of the celestial court also rushed over to listen to his lecture. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on a bluestone. Below him, there were many people, mostly children. All of them opened their eyes wide and listened attentively. Of course, there were also rebellious little ones who were laughing and jumping around in the distance. They were very lively. Among them, 2 little fellows were the boldest. They climbed up the bluestone one after the other. The little girl held her chin and sat there quietly. She was quite obedient. As for little Purple, she was like a little monkey. She climbed onto Yi Fan's body and with a smacking sound, left a patch of saliva on his face.
Father, I missed you, she said in a sweet and innocent manner.
Seeing her blinking her big eyes and pretending to be obedient, Yi Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could not blame her, so he only pushed her to the side and continued to preach. The celestial court was really very warm. All kinds of familial love, friendship, permeated and intertwined. It made people want to protect it with their lives and not allow anyone to trample or destroy it. The children dispersed. The Bodhi tree's leaves were green and swayed with green light. Fragments of laws scattered down, making people easily fall into a state of enlightenment. Yi Fan lightly sighed and stood up. Yi, you're back. Come, let's drink. Haha. Many people have returned recently.
Let's drink to our heart's content.
Li Heishui and Dongfang Yi ran over to invite them. Haha. It's worth celebrating. Quasi-Emperor Pang Bo has consolidated his realm and just came out. Li Tian also laughed in the distance. Okay, let's go drink. Yi Fan nodded. When they gathered together, they would naturally toss out all kinds of delicacies. What Wu snake soup, golden crow wings. There was everything. They were all the archaic species they had killed in the past.
The fragrance of meat and wine wafted through the air.
Yi Fan, Yan Yishi, Pang Bo, Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, and a large group of people sat together and drank to their heart's content. Not long after, the group of little ones were all drooling. Regardless of whether they were little boys or little girls, they all ran over like a swarm of bees, fighting over the wine like a group of little bandits. Everyone laughed. You little brats, you dare to fight over wine at such a young age. And you, Li Hu, why don't you control your little sister and let a little girl like her drink too? Hey, little Violet, you little girl, you're only 2 or 3 years old. You can't even walk properly, yet you dare to secretly drink like them? The group of adults were angry and amused at the same time. Don't be so stingy. Little Violet is only tasting it. The little girl explained and then drank it in one gulp, afraid that she would be deprived of her rights. In the end, as soon as she drank it, she spat out her little tongue and complained that it was spicy and disgusting. Nan Nan is still the most obedient, someone said. Only she was the quietest, obediently sitting beside Yi Fan. In the distance, the sound of a dog barking could be heard. The Black Emperor ran wildly, shouting that everyone was ungrateful and didn't call him. You're too busy. You're wholeheartedly in the phoenix nest. I called you twice, but you didn't hear me. The mountain phoenix and the other great demons, as well as Longma and the golden-winged great Peng King, all rushed over when they received the news. The drinking group immediately increased, and in the end, many heavenly generals joined in. If I am well, then the sky is clear. However, I really can't. This King Phoenix nest is like a hornet's nest. Martial Uncle Black Emperor, please spare me. Hua Hua screamed miserably. He had suffered a lot these days, and his butt was almost beaten into 8 pieces by the Black Emperor. When the laughter ended and he sobered up, Yi Fan sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree again. He was as still as a boulder and as withered as a dead tree, not moving at all. Yi has something on his mind. What kind of difficulty did he encounter? I feel like he is thinking hard about a solution. I think it will definitely be very troublesome. With his current cultivation, he won't have a headache over ordinary matters. It most likely involves an ancient supreme being. Pang Bo, Li Tian, and Li Heishui understood him very well. They immediately saw that something was wrong and gathered together to discuss. In the end, they walked over with wine jars and asked directly. Yi, what's the matter? Let's think of a solution together. Don't sweat it out alone. Our cultivation is inferior to yours, but it shouldn't be a problem for us to come up with an idea. That's right. Let's share the burden together. Don't take everything on your own. Don't treat your friends as outsiders. The group of people looked at him. All of them were close friends who could go through life and death situations together with great enemies. Yi Fan was very moved. They could see through him when he was deep in thought and revealed an abnormal expression. He sighed and told them what had happened not long ago. What? That old bastard Overlord Body also made a move? How shameful, bullying others too much. He really isn't a good person. Look at him. Overlord Body. He actually attacked when Yi is going through his tribulation. Does he want to feed his old face to the dogs? Woof. This emperor is warning you. You can eat whatever you want, but don't speak carelessly. Yi Fan laughed. This group of people had always been like this. They could still laugh even when they encountered such great difficulties. The atmosphere lightened up. In the past, Yi Fan had never been afraid. As long as he was strong enough, he could crush the great enemies in front of him. But now this was not equal. His enemies were ancient supreme beings. Every one of them was once the strongest person of an era, and had been invincible their entire lives. I've thought about it again and again. There's really no other way. The Celestial Court is too big. In the future, it will definitely suffer a destructive blow because of me. I want the Celestial Court to disperse and gather again in the future. When these words came out, everyone fell silent. The current Celestial Court was incomparably powerful. Once an order was issued, everyone would obey. Now that it was at its most glorious stage of ascension, they actually wanted to cripple their own martial arts and directly disband. But they knew that even though it was hard to bear, what Yi Fan said made sense. The best choice now was to let the various departments of the Celestial Court go into seclusion first and wait for the future to gather again. As for our children, I want to seal them and let them reappear 100 years later. I need 100 years to desperately charge forward. If I succeed, no one will dare to anger my Celestial Court anymore. If I fail, My soul will return to the yellow earth. From then on, the supreme beings won't care anymore, said Yifan. The scene fell into an even quieter silence. No one spoke. In the end, everyone nodded and silently agreed to this decision. The final result was that the celestial court would be sealed for 100 years. The celestial soldiers and generals would return to the fields and all go into seclusion. I'm sorry. I've caused everyone to suffer, said Yifan. What are you saying? From now on, you will have to fight with your life on your own. If you succeed, the celestial court will be glorious for all eternity. If you fail, you will be doomed eternally. Our brothers can't help you at all. At this moment, there is only helplessness and pain. You have to work hard. Don't say those words. For you, in this 100 years, there will be 2 deadly trials. As for the 3rd trial, it's fine even if you don't go through it. 2 great achievements are enough. Remember, it's fine as long as you survive. We don't ask for anything else. These brothers who had gone through thick and thin with him revealed their true feelings. No matter what, he must survive. Crippling his own martial arts and disbanding the celestial court was a difficult decision. The impact was too great. It was simply earth-shattering. Many people might not understand it. It's okay. We can definitely start over again. When the time comes, when the banner of the celestial court is raised, I think many of the celestial soldiers and generals will come back. Our brothers won't blame you, they comforted him. Father, what are you doing? Why are all of your eyes red? Little Violet ran over from afar. These men naturally wouldn't shed tears in front of the little girl. However, when Yifan thought about how he had to personally seal little Z and leave her here, letting her fall into a deep sleep, he felt a wave of sadness. She was still so young. If he lost, this would be the last time he would see his daughter. Moreover, there were other things at the moment. How was he going to face the people of the celestial court? It's my incompetence. Yifan looked up to the sky and sighed. No, you're already strong enough. Since ancient times, few great emperors at your age could have such cultivation, said the Black Emperor. Although that was what he said, when Yifan walked out and stepped onto the general selection platform step by step, he looked at the black mass of troops below and found it hard to speak. His heart felt terrible. I've been forced to this step. This day has come. I'm helpless. He muttered in his heart as he looked at the faces. How was he going to announce this news? Below the platform, there was a group of people with solemn expressions. They were very dignified and respectable. They were the old generals who had walked since the establishment of the celestial court until today. There was also a boundless army. They were full of fighting spirit and were in high spirits. They were the generation that had witnessed the glory of the celestial court. There was another group of slightly immature faces of the new army. They were full of vigor and were full of hope for the future. They were the troops of the celestial court that had just joined not long ago. This scene made it difficult for Yifan to speak after he opened his mouth. All he felt was bitterness. Chapter 17:28. Yifan couldn't speak and couldn't announce such news. On the platform he was alone. He opened his mouth several times but was blocked by bitterness. Their gazes were either as calm as the sea, as sharp as immortal swords, or as scorching as flames. They had enough confidence to protect their homeland and declare war. At the same time, they were full of hope for the future. They believed that the celestial court would become stronger and stronger. They would create an immortal dynasty with their own hands that would shake the world and be glorious and everlasting. Cult Master, there must be a big battle, right? Please give the order. We are invincible and invincible. Wherever the army goes, we will win. A middle-aged man spoke. They were a group of people who had walked with the glory of the celestial court. They had the most drive and would never retreat no matter how great the difficulty was. The celestial court is invincible and invincible. The army shouted in unison like a landslide or tsunami. Victory in battle and victory in attack. Everyone shouted. Their voices were like the beating of war drums in the heavens, shaking the surroundings and making people's blood boil. Golden spears and armored horses, cold light flashing across the sky, opening up the battlefield on the ninth heaven. Such a long time, such a great battle, it was full of hot blood and passion. However, they didn't know that all of this was about to leave them. They were a group of brave warriors who had grown up with the celestial court and experienced the trials of blood and fire. This vast territory was exchanged with their lives. I don't know how to say it. Yi Fan's emotions fluctuated violently. Standing on the platform, he couldn't control his emotions and said in a low voice. The army of the Celestial Court was like a black mass with flags fluttering in the wind. The weapons in the hands of the warriors shone brightly in the 9 heavens.
We've encountered some trouble.
Yi Fan looked at everyone below. No matter what the difficulty is, please give the order. We will march forward bravely and splash the starry sky with blood. Even the calm old soldiers expressed their opinions. They had experienced the most difficult times of the celestial heavens. They had followed them since the founding of the celestial heavens, and now, they had become the most precious treasures of the celestial heavens. They were heroes who had survived hundreds of battles and would never easily declare their position. Once they made a promise, they would use their lives to pave the way forward. At this moment, they could feel Yi Fan's hesitation and indecision, so they stood out and firmly expressed their stance. Cult Master, we will live and die together with the Celestial Court. No matter who the enemy is, even if it's the underworld, as long as we give the order, we will fight our way in.
Their words were deafening and sonorous like the roar of 100,000 heavenly blades. They were the unwavering will and words of the heavenly generals.
They swore to advance and retreat with the Celestial Court, to live and die together. Yi Fan was moved. Looking at these undying veterans, he felt even more bitter in his heart. How could he speak? However, he had to say it. Otherwise, these heroes who survived the bloody battle would die in vain in the future. The Celestial Court is our home. Just like everyone else, my feelings for it are as deep as the ocean. However, we might have to face the Supremes, if they want to make things difficult for us. Yi Fan's voice resounded throughout the vast arena. Everyone quieted down.
The veterans' expressions were grave as they listened attentively.
The younger generation clenched their fists tightly, their spirit undiminished.
The youths were unwilling and all of their sword-like eyebrows furrowed.
For the Celestial Court to be able to reach this day is the result of everyone's hard work. It was paved with the lives of countless brothers. Blood and bones are scattered all over the starry sky. Yi Fan was somewhat sentimental. Indiscriminate destruction. We will fight to the death with them. As long as the Celestial Court is not defeated, we will never retreat. Many people shouted angrily. They raised the weapons in their hands to defend their home. Yi Fan looked at the heroes. It was moving to have such a group of troops, but his heart was similarly heavy.
This kind of feeling was difficult to cut off and return, and his heart felt increasingly stifled.
There are some things I don't want to say, but I have to say them. Yi Fan raised his voice like heavenly thunder, suppressing everyone's voices. He had to make this decision.
Everyone had a premonition of what he was going to say.
They all revealed anxious expressions, and some of them were extremely anxious. They couldn't help but shout, "Sect Master, you can't make that kind of decision." Sect Master, the Celestial Court is our blood, sweat, and tears. It definitely cannot be scattered. Their faces were filled with fear. None of them wanted to see that kind of result. The Celestial Court will not fall, and will forever remain in the human realm. Yi Fan shouted loudly. His gaze became increasingly sharp, and like 2 tangible beams of light, they swept in all directions. Since he had already made his decision, then he would reveal it in a bloody manner. There was no need to be tactful anymore. He looked at everyone and slowed down the speed of his speech. However, it became even more resounding and powerful as he said, "Temporarily enduring silently doesn't mean that my Celestial Court will no longer exist. I want to give all of my brothers a break. Wait for 100 years, give me a period of time, and at that time, the Celestial Court will definitely reappear."
But Sect Master.
Everyone became anxious. They didn't want this result, all of them speaking up to stop him. Yi Fan raised his hand, his voice suddenly becoming resounding. "As long as the Celestial Court doesn't fall, the Great Banner will reappear. This is my promise, that I will reunite with my brothers." His battle intent surged, golden blood energy engulfing the heavens, submerging the entire Celestial Court. At that time, it will become even more glorious, even more brilliant. I want its name to be left behind through the ages. I want it to be immortal in this world. I want it to intimidate supreme beings. I want all of the heavens and 10,000 realms to bow down before it. Everyone looked at the grand and imposing platform, at the demon-like Yi Fan. "Please believe me. Give me 100 years, and I will return to you all an even more powerful celestial court. At that time, no one in the 9 heavens 10 earths will dare provoke our celestial court. Yi Fan swore under the starry sky. He was full of emotions, forcefully roaring out. Right now, we aren't a match, withdrawing, all for the sake of survival. Sooner or later, we will return. This world will tremble because of us. I want you all to understand that the current glory, when that time comes, isn't much. The current humiliation is also just an interlude. 100 years later, we will return, stand tall under the starry sky again. My celestial court's banner won't fall, it will flutter in the wind, become even more glorious and brilliant. Yi Fan roared with all of his strength, his entire body surging with war blood. A giant dragon-shaped pillar of light surged from the crown of his head, entering the 9 heavens, making this world tremble intensely, even the heavenly Tao trembling. There will be a day when we will reunite. At that time, we will truly rise up. You all will discover that the journey has only truly begun. It is because in the future, we will conquer the 9 heavens, slaughter our way into life-restricted regions one after another. That is our battlefield. Right now, we are only refining weapons, still far from true glory. Moreover, life-restricted regions aren't our only battlefield. We will slaughter our way into immortal domain, shatter legends, shake the undying, seek eternal life. That is our final objective. Our ultimate battlefield is far greater and greater than what you all can imagine. What can these things count as now? It is just a transition before we truly fight hot-blooded battles. Just a type of sharpening. What I want to say here is that everyone, please do not neglect your martial arts. We want you all to endure silently, not to truly shed your armor and return to the fields, but rather to cultivate. All brothers, you all have to understand that in the future, there will be boundless and grand battlefields waiting for you all. Our eyes are not limited to this age. We are going to rise above the endless past. It is because we are going to establish the true celestial court, the celestial court of the undying and eternal life. We will establish miracles that have never been seen since ancient times. Even the life-restricted regions can only tremble before our path. That is all. They are definitely not the final destination. Under the starry skies on the martial arena, the old soldiers who had fought through hundreds of battles clenched their fists. Meanwhile, the younger generation and heavenly generals couldn't help but roar out. Their battlefield was actually this vast, not even the life-restricted regions the end. This made everyone's blood boil, emotions surging. This was, without a doubt, a giant battle diagram, the vision in Yi Fan's heart. What did these things count as now? They were just small skirmishes, far from being glorious. In the future, if all of this came true, then they would truly establish an unprecedented grand event. An everlasting glory was waiting to be unfolded, a boundless grand plan laid before them. Fight, fight, fight. Perhaps only these 3 words could express the passion in their hearts, their unwillingness, their desire, their sullenness, their excitement. All of this flowed through their surging blood, turning into roars as they rushed out. We will return. Yi Fan used these words to temporarily end his speech. His firm conviction, as well as powerful will, moved many people greatly. Glory was in the future. Everything they had just set sail. What did the occasional storm count as? It would pass in the end. When they soared into the sky, what they soared through would be an immortal river, and not the mortal world seas. Everyone was looking forward to this. Sect Master, these 100 years will be extremely difficult for you. Can you make it through? There were old soldiers who were worried. Their words weren't loud, but they hit the main point. In the next 100 years, Yi Fan would fight a bloody battle against supreme beings. For the sake of stepping onto the absolute peak, the dangers he would face would be unimaginable. He was going to struggle alone, and they couldn't help him at all. Since the ancient times, more than one great emperor has succeeded. They could defy the heavens. I, Yi Fan, will not be weaker than anyone on my path. Yi Fan said loudly, clearly roaring out his desire. He wanted to create a miracle. Others had done it, so he wanted to do it as well. A few people still had a haze in their hearts. The number of people who could achieve the Tao since the ancient times might be much more than true great emperors. Only a few people with heaven-defying luck and opportunities were able to avoid death, ultimately succeeding. Yi Fan's path was extremely difficult. Could he have this kind of opportunity? 300 years ago, they couldn't even kill me. Now, Do you guys think they still have a chance?
Yi Fan said in a feigned relaxed manner, appearing very optimistic.
Everyone laughed. Seeing him so confident, they all felt a bit relieved. The depressing atmosphere was somewhat alleviated. However, the hearts of the Black Emperor, Pang Bo, Li Heishui, Shan Huang and the others were heavy. It was difficult for them to truly relax. They knew that Yi Fan's path was too difficult. It wasn't that simple. This era was different from the past. In the past, the supreme beings in the restricted regions were asleep. Perhaps the great emperors of the ancient times would only awaken the supreme beings in the restricted regions when they were crossing the final emperor's tribulation. However, it was already a bit too late to stop them. Of course, there were also people who encountered the same problem as Yi Fan. And today, it was truly completely different. When the path to immortality opened, the supreme beings in the restricted regions were almost all awakened. Only 300 years had passed, and it was difficult for them to truly enter a deep level of sleep. At the very least, the great success tyrant body was watching. There was also the underworld. The underworld emperor had also been injured by the #1 divine general of ancient heaven and had already woken up. He wouldn't miss this opportunity.
Perhaps there were others as well.
The last 3 layers of tribulations, since ancient times, no one had been able to cross them in one step. Every layer was a tribulation of death. One had to risk their lives to block it. The 3 great tribulations would alarm those half-awake people. A great calamity was bound to descend. The path is under one's feet. It is walked out. I will return. It is not some miracle. I look forward to the day when the banner of the celestial court is raised and everyone returns from the fields and the mountains. We will establish a one and only immortal and glorious celestial dynasty. We will break through eternity and seek immortality. Unprecedented. Yi Fan roared loudly. His body and heart clearly expressed his choice, his voice deafening.